Lock every day is brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. He's already told you earlier today that he'll have a play up later on Chargers and Broncos, 7:15 tonight on Prime Video, thanks to our friends at Hemphill. Poll questions going out all the time from Taylor back there. And that's a Cowan Equipment poll question. Go to Next Round Live. Some of you who watch us don't follow us on Twitter. Please do that at Next Round Live, at Next Round Live. Don't, however, invest $1,000 in Bitcoin with me.
Yeah, that's a bad idea.
I've been hacked on Instagram, so don't do that. But do follow us on Instagram at Next Round Live and on Twitter at Next Round Live. It gets you to the Cowan Equipment poll question.
Yeah, and Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on our venture here. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, Cowan.com.
Did I not say Colts Broncos?
I don't know.
I thought I said Colts Broncos, but if I didn't, Colts Broncos.
If you decided this afternoon, you know what? I think I will invest in Bitcoin. Would you even know how to buy it?
No.
Okay.
I would imagine there's an app called Bitcoin, and I just download a Bitcoin app, and I give them my credit card information, which is how I got hacked.
I know.
Right?
A Bitcoin app.
Yeah, is there not?
Well, I mean, there's apps, but it's not called the Bitcoin app.
Yeah. So there's more people selling Bitcoin than just Bitcoin?
Well, you can buy it at a lot of places.
I mean, can we use Bitcoin tonight at Innisfree?
I don't know that they accept Bitcoin. You could convert it to cash, put it in your bank account, and use that cash.
Well, why not just use the cash?
Huh?
Good question.
Do you not invest in anything?
Not Bitcoin.
Well, I know you don't, but I mean...
So far, LT's winning in the Bitcoin investment world, right?
It depends on when you bought it.
Okay.
Well, you're pushing it to me on your social media.
No, Tadaway, you're the expert.
You're kind of talking out of both sides of your mouth right now.
I'm going to need that $1,000 cash up front, though.
If I'm making $10,000, of course, yeah.
Why would you not do that? That's why I now a lot of people who are not watching the show have realized I've been hacked, and I'm getting texts. Hey, I don't know if you know this or not, but I think you've been hacked.
And I need some Bitcoin
unless you
tips.
want me to invest in Bitcoin. And I'm like, sounds like a good investment, though, doesn't it?
Well, so you can open your store, you just can't click on it, right?
No, I can't get to my account.
No, but I'm saying, like, if your story popped up, if I hit your story and I see the scam, as long as I don't do anything with the scam, I'm okay.
I'm the guy who got scammed. I can't answer that
Just
question.
don't click on links.
Okay.
Yeah.
No links.
No links.
Which technically I didn't do either. But I apparently sent them the ability to click onto my account with all my information.
Oh, smart.
This is when I leave my house unlocked. Like this time in particular, every day.
Final thought today, on college football. As we get ready for this weekend coming up, is there anything you have learned this week that changes your 4 teams in the college football playoffs? Are you still with?
I'm still with Ohio State, Georgia, Alabama,
Clemson.
No, didn't you have Oklahoma?
I had Oklahoma.
You had Oklahoma and Texas?
I had Utah.
No, I had Texas. You're right.
You had Utah, yeah.
Utah can still play their way back in. I mean, we're
That's
sleeping
just
on
a
Utah.
huge Saturday for them.
Yeah, it's a big Saturday for Utah. I mean, obviously with 2 losses, they cannot get in. Season's over with a loss in the Rose Bowl. The crowd won't be a factor. They're a better team. It's just a weird number. And if Dorian Thompson-Robinson plays like he did Friday night.
God, you seem like you're on Utah. I mean, on UCLA in this
I lean
game.
UCLA, yeah.
I'd go stake right now and take Utah and give you the points.
I don't want you to jinx Utah because I've got an investment like Brown's got an investment in Bitcoin. I've got an investment in Utah this year.
Yeah.
Why didn't you just use USC?
Why don't you just use cash?
That's what USC is. It's Southern California cash. I think Utah blows them out too, Paul. I'm with you over there. Kevin, no, Desmond's picks do not look great.
They don't. Desmond's the one that's taking on most water.
Yeah, Desmond's playoffs got hacked.
Very much so.
100%. Brown, anything this weekend change your opinion on who the 4 teams are going to be?
Clemson is one of my teams, and I think Clemson's play has improved. I think, Lance, you felt like NC State might have been the better team in that game.
Well,
Am I overstating that?
Without the second half turnovers, Devin Leary just hasn't played good football. I mean, they were right there with them going into the fourth quarter. Go back, Wake took them to overtime. I mean, Clemson hasn't blown me away.
Yeah, interesting. Some discussions now believe it to be 2 SEC teams, 2 Big Ten teams. Michigan, Ohio State, Georgia, and Alabama are the 4 best teams that get in there. That would be, I don't know if that'd be an interesting playoff or not. All right, top of the hour here. If we're coming back on a replay for you. If not, new show tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central from Innisfree in Tuscaloosa. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We are live now on a big game weekend in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. We're at the historic Innisfree. Before it opens today, the doors are open here. I think he said they'll start rolling in here at least at 11, maybe even 10 o'clock today for a little lunch, a little beverage. A lot of Texas A&M fans are already in town, not as much. My buddy John, who's cruising down 280, he is 2 cars behind the Texas A&M Equipment Center, who ironically is right at the Blue Lake Center exit where we normally are with our studio. And I told John, I said, pull up beside him. Said, we're in Tuscaloosa waiting on him. We'll leave the gate open for him. Let him pull right in and set up the equipment today. But this is the Innisfree. If you've ever wondered what it looked like at 9 a.m. in the morning, maybe you've been here at 9 a.m. in the morning, just rolling out of a booth heading home or from the patio or something. It is a great place. We were here yesterday and last night, and the town is buzzing for a big game, and we're ready to roll into a little conversation about college football today. Jim Dunaway. That's Ryan Brown. That's Lance Taylor back in the Double Down Media Next Round Studios in Birmingham. Rockstar's there, Forrester's there, Lunsford's there. Taylor has all your social media that we'll get to throughout the show. We'll start with what we saw last night with the National Football League. And
do we have to?
Yeah, well, there is debate that may have been the worst NFL game in the history of the National Football League.
I'm fine if we don't even talk about it. I'm cool with that. If we just go straight to the college football weekend and don't even mention that game.
Well, we need to talk about how bad it was because we may never get the opportunity to talk about a game that bad again. I did a little research. The worst show according to streaming and critical acclaim and Rotten Tomatoes in the history of Prime Video, Amazon Prime Video, is a Woody Allen made-for-TV show. I think they were trying to do a Woody Allen spin on Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yeah.
It was called Crisis in 6 Scenes, and apparently it was horrible.
Okay. Never seen it, never even heard about it. I think Woody Allen has done 85 films. He just retired.
Crisis in 6 Scenes. I think it's his only venture into television. Apparently it was a disaster. Is horrible. I'd never heard of it until I looked it up. Luckily, we only had 5 scenes last night, 4 quarters and an overtime, but it was a disaster last night.
Yeah, here's the disaster is the Nathaniel Hackett, first-year coach with the veteran quarterback Russell Wilson.
You don't think he's a very good coach?
I don't think he's a very good coach. He's got a lot to learn, it looks like, but it looks like Russell Wilson, best days are behind him. And I think we could have said that last year, and it's amazing how much Denver gave up to get him. But you go back to week 1, they score 16 points. Week 2, 16 points. Week 3, 11 points. Week 4, they bust out for 23 points. And last night, 9 points. I mean, this is the worst offense right now in the National Football League.
Yeah, it is terrible.
You don't think $245 million is a good price to pay for 4 touchdowns and 3 interceptions on the season?
You've got probably, you got 2 old men playing quarterback. I mean, that's what that was. That's what football looks like when you let a bunch of old guys play quarterback.
You guys who were watching the game last night, luckily I didn't have to watch it. I didn't have anything on it. I didn't have a stake. I didn't have money. Didn't have an office.
I had the Colts, by the way, +3.
+3. Hey, way to go.
Yeah.
It's a winner. Ended up being a winner. I think I gave our buddy Jimmy a loser last night. I said, take the Broncos.
You did, and the over.
Only thing I had in that game last night was a kicker in fantasy football, and guess what? It worked out fine for me. Kicked 3 field goals. Fantastic. Yeah. I didn't have to watch it. It was horrible. But you guys who were watching it, you folks, were tweeting at us, and you were saying, Matt Ryan looks like he's pushing the ball down the field. Like does he have an arm injury? He's shot putting it towards his receivers. He looked that bad throwing the football.
You know, I mean, age gets us all, but it seems like yesterday it was the season of 2016, the 2017 Super Bowl, where he was the MVP of the league. And it seemed like it was going to be an upgrade for Chris Ballard, you know, the general manager for the Colts, Frank Reich, bringing in Matt Ryan over Carson Wentz. I mean, you see Carson Wentz struggles over the last few weeks with the Washington Commanders, but you know, and neither one of these quarterbacks is working out. I mean, the Colts got a road win last night, so good for them. Now they're 2-1-1.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't think either one of these quarterbacks is going to be able to do anything in the postseason.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, you think they're going to make the postseason? Either one?
No, I know
yeah.
Denver's not.
Colts have the best chance
Yeah.
because of the division they're in. One other note, Brown told you when we started this Prime streaming thing on Thursday night that the local markets would still get the opportunity to have it over the air. So local channel 7 in Denver carried the game for the Denver folks. And as you do in local news, you build some programming around it when you have a big event like an NFL game, rarely on your air, but it's on your air. So in prime time on a Thursday night, they had their local news guys. Channel 7 did right after the game there at what is now Mile High Stadium. And LT, they start the broadcast off. We just want to apologize that you had to watch that on our air.
Oh, that's so bad. That's a passionate fan base too. And,
It is.
And they've been waiting since Peyton Manning to get quarterback right, and they thought they got it right. And it's just it's not working out. I'm looking at this headline right now on ESPN where Ryan Clark, the former Steeler, quote, "It was so bad." I've got to tell you guys this story because, Brown, I know you care nothing about talking about Colts Broncos.
Yep, I don't. I think we've spent way too much time on it already.
Okay, Ryan Clark was in town in Tuscaloosa 2 days ago. He does a podcast. He was here to interview Deontay Wilder,
Okay.
former heavyweight champion of the world.
So he does a podcast and he travels around and sits down with them. Wow, that's more interesting than Zooming.
Now, here's the most interesting thing. Ryan Clark travels with not one, but 2 security guards.
Are you serious?
Why would Ryan Clark need a security guard?
Wasn't he like an all-pro safety?
Yeah. But I'm just saying, I mean, would you even recognize Ryan Clark?
Maybe a little bit, but
because I watch him all the time.
Because he looks like the guy that's crying.
Yeah,
he does. He always looks like he's crying when he's on that Zoom shot and he's like, he's trying to concentrate and act like he's paying attention, makes him look like he's about to cry.
I mean, I get Bill Gates if he's got security. I get, I don't know, Bono. I just don't understand Ryan Clark from ESPN.
Well, your point is that if you have Bill Gates' money, you could be kidnapped and used for ransom, right?
Yeah, or you're a target. Like, I mean, how many people know Ryan Clark?
Yeah,
guy that makes a couple $100 grand for ESPN.
The funny, it always reminds me of the guy we met that was Clay Travis's security in Atlanta, and we were talking to the guy, and we're like, "Are you packing heat?" He goes, "I don't have to pack heat for Clay."
Yeah,
please. No, I'm going to leave Clay tonight and go out with you guys.
I know he did.
Which he did.
Clay went one place. Me, Lance, and the security guard stayed at the bar where we were. And he's like, yeah, go ahead, Clay.
This wasn't even at night, though. This was during the day. I had somebody call me and said, Ryan Clark has 2 security guards. I confirmed it.
Yeah, that is pretty wild. I don't know why Ryan Clark needs 2 security guards.
So anyway, he thought it was bad last night. We all thought it was bad.
We all thought it was bad. We're at the Innisfree Irish Pub over here in Tuscaloosa. Game day when it opens today. Great lunch. Swing by here and enjoy the lead up to the game, and a night game tomorrow. So you know the place to hang out all day long right here at the Innisfree Irish Pub. And we start the show by telling you college football in the rest of this segment. We've got some developing news, a couple reports on the college football front, the coaching carousel already. But I want to tell you about our friends at Crocker Moving Services, the people we all recommend you use when it's time to move again, whether you're moving your home or whether you're moving your business. Crocker Moving Services can make it happen. Go to their website, crockermovingservices.com. I was speaking with Greg from Pell City of Storm Restoration Roofing just before the show, and he says, Crocker Moving Services is the organization I use when we've had to move. Any of my kids, he's got 10 of them, have had to move, and he recommends it to a lot of his customers too. They're just good people. Greg recommends them too. crockermovingservices.com. They'll move your home. They'll move your business as well. Commercial and residential moving, and they'll pack up your house. They'll pack up your office as well. You can't beat that service. crockermovingservices.com. Listen, I know a lot of you aren't moving in October. Maybe you'll move over the holidays. Maybe it's next spring or summer. But when you do move, remember the name Crocker. crockermovingservices.com. Eric Crocker, great guy. Marine, a Birmingham native, a veteran of the Iraq War. He and his manager, Drew, they've worked together. They've got about 35 years of moving experience there, and they use made in the USA equipment, made in the USA supplies whenever possible. It's Crocker Moving Services anywhere in the continental United States, crockermovingservices.com. All right, last night here at Innisfree, we do a show. It's our Bud Light game night, and near the end of that show, about 6 o'clock Central Time, Brown and I dropped a name on you Auburn fans that we had heard on the golf course from a guy who's somewhat tied to Auburn athletics, who said the name to start watching was Jeff Grimes, the offensive line coach at Auburn back in 2010 when Cam and the gang ran and won the national championship. He has gone on and become a really well-respected offensive coordinator at BYU and now at Baylor. And we said this guy mentioned Jeff Grimes as a guy who's starting to get buzz with a lot of the money people at Auburn. Well, at the same time, Justin Hoganson, our friend from Auburn Live on 3 Sports, was doing a little intel himself. And what did he come up with?
That same name. Apparently, that's the leading name. Now, the other thing Hoke continues to say is, for several reasons, he just continues to think that there's a good chance Brian Harsin survives the year. Survives the year in terms of doesn't get fired until after the Iron Bowl. That there are a lot of reasons he believes that, but Hoke continues to believe that Harsin is going to coach until the end of Auburn's football season. And then the popular candidate to replace him among many of the Auburn boosters. Now, talking to Hoke this morning, and what he writes is it's not unanimous. There's still some people that are on board, but the one that's got the most support is Jeff Grimes.
Jeff Grimes, who's familiar with Auburn, familiar with those boosters, and has been there and won a championship before.
And one that has minimal support right now is Hugh Freeze.
Yeah. And that's surprising.
Well, I'd rather have Hugh Freeze.
I'm not surprised by it.
You're not surprised he'd rather have Hugh Freeze, or you're not surprised by that?
Yes.
Yeah. Both of those.
Yeah. I mean, I know Lance would rather have Hugh Freeze. I'm just not surprised that there are a lot of people at Auburn that they don't want Hugh Freeze. They don't want that baggage. They don't want to have to deal with it of the past sins.
Oh,
well,
wow.
that
surprises me.
Really?
Yeah, it really does. But, I mean, again, winning now in college football is like above everything. Like I understand if Hugh Freeze, decapitated somebody.
I don't believe that happened.
Yeah, he called a prostitute.
Yeah, I am. And again, I am not saying myself.
And these same boosters, I would just guess, again, this is just broad brush, 25% of these boosters have called prostitutes.
Okay, that is a rather broad brush. Okay. Yes.
Feel pretty confident with it, though.
Do you really?
Yeah, I really do.
Okay. And I'm not saying that I don't think he should be forgiven. I'm not saying that at all. I am saying I think that is a stumbling block for a number of Auburn power brokers. They don't like this.
I just like where Jeff Grimes has been trending. I liked what he did at BYU. I liked what he did last year at Baylor. This year it has looked a little different. Personnel can be a reason for that. Maybe people caught up a little bit in the Big 12 with Jeff Grimes. We'll see how the rest of the season goes. I thought that was very interesting. The other coaching front news is Adam Rittenberg at ESPN saying there's a clear candidate in his reporting that has gotten a lot of interest from Trelva Alberts and the Nebraska folks. And he believes there is interest on the other side as well from this coach. And that's Leipold at Kansas.
Lance Leipold?
Lance Leipold at Kansas, yeah.
That would, look, it's an interesting time for him because he's 5-0. Game day is there and everybody's about to go crazy. But we did the exercise yesterday looking at his upcoming schedule. And I think is as high as his stock's ever going to be.
I agree. He needs to go on and sign in principle. Yeah,
but you can't take the job right now. That's the problem for him. Like if you could take jobs in October, Lance Leipold could have a lot of jobs. Probably he could probably be in the running for Wisconsin if Leonard doesn't eventually work out. Nebraska, a lot of jobs, but his season is probably about to hit the skids a little bit. And I just don't know, like when November and December rolls around and you're actually hiring the guy, are the fans going to remember, hey, don't forget now, back in the first week of October, this team was 5-0 and game day was on campus.
I didn't realize how good he was at the I don't know what level Wisconsin Whitewater is.
I believe that's 2 or 3, right?
It's Division 3.
Is it 3?
Yeah. I mean, he
dominated, didn't he?
5 undefeated 15-0 seasons.
Well, they get all the talent there, though. It's like it's the Alabama of Division 3.
But he won 6 national championships. And then he takes over Buffalo. Obviously, that's a difficult job in the MAC, and did a really, really good job there. And I mean, what he's done at Kansas is really amazing.
Yeah, only his second year though, right?
Yeah,
it's only his second year at Kansas, so some of that was a little of the Les Miles foundation that he threw down there. Brought a different athlete in there. Jalen Daniels is a Les Miles recruit. Some of those guys are Les Miles guys.
Yeah, and a lot of those guys are 4th and 5th year guys. But again, I mean, he's got them playing with confidence. The offense is at least fun to watch. This thing is going to come to a skidding halt, though, very soon.
Yeah,
Well,
likely this weekend.
Yeah, as Josh says, going back to Grimes, what does he do that Harsin doesn't?
Yeah, see, I don't know. Grimes is not proven. Hugh Freeze is proven.
I would say Grimes, and a lot of people come back and say Grimes recruits better. And I would say Grimes probably does recruit better, but I don't know that that's a particularly high bar right now.
Grimes recruits better than Harsin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, do you think that's a very high bar?
I mean, I don't know that to be the case. I mean, I don't know what he does in recruiting. You know, does Baylor get some good recruits? Yeah. Is Baylor ahead of Auburn right now? Probably. I haven't looked.
Yeah.
I am fascinated, though, that Auburn fans would rather have Grimes than Hugh Freeze. That blows me away.
I don't know what percentage would, Lance. You're good at putting percentages on things. As Don would say, I don't know what percentage you think it is. I don't know. And again, I'm not certain this is fans. I do think there's an element of Auburn fans.
Well, the boosters need to back up. I mean, look, they can't get this
they
right.
don't.
That's never going to happen.
No, that's not going to happen. You say that all day if you want to.
You never want the fans to be voting for who the coach is going to be. You don't want fans to decide.
No, but again, we're a search party. We've talked about it before.
The three of us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, who would you take right now?
Who would I take?
Yeah.
Is my choices those two?
Yep.
Or can I start anywhere in the country?
No. Those two.
See, I think I should be able to start anywhere in the country.
Well, who would you go with?
My buddy Johnny Orr. Well, I'd have to think about it and get a list, but my buddy Johnny Orr believes he loves Auburn he would donate money to the fund. He believes that you should, if the market is $7 million on average for a coach,
he won't take it.
He says you should go and pay $11 million. You should go and pay $12 million. You should pay $13 million, whatever it is, to get whoever you want. And you decide who the best coach is out there. And obviously, you would be Nick Saban's where you would start. And you probably go Dabo or Kirby. Those guys aren't leaving. And then you get to the best coach out there who you could put a number on it to get them to leave. And he thinks it's a crucial time for Auburn at this point in history that you go and you pay that guy out of market. Like, if the market is this, you pay almost double to get that guy. That it's time to spend money to get the right guy.
It's the Clay Travis theory. Back the Brinks truck up unload it and hire a coach. I mean, that's what Clay has always said. And, Clay, that's what Alabama did.
Yeah, Alabama reset the market. Now, market has gone way up, and Nick is not separated by that much from everybody anymore. But for a moment,
he was.
Alabama reset the market. And my buddy Jay Orr believes it is time for Auburn to reset the market. And it may look bad. It may look like all you care about is football. You may have to, raise student fees or whatever. But you at some point, you've got to stop gambling on the $5 million guy, the $6 million guy, and you got to go get the cream of the crop.
Well, look, I think there are guys that are out there. Look, Baker Mayfield's not going to get it done for Carolina. Matt Rule's going to be available. To me, that would be number one. Mark Stoops, I would make a run at. Matt Campbell, the luster's off a little bit. PJ Fleck's coming off a bad loss. But, I mean, those are guys that are proven head coaches. Jeff Grimes, we have no idea. I mean, Jeff Grimes might be the next Nick Saban. I have no idea.
Yeah. But see, here, to your point, here are things I like about, like, Matt Campbell. Seems to be very loyal. Like, if he gets to a place, he seems like he cares about his players. He has had opportunities to leave several times from Iowa State. He has not. Seems like he'd be a really good fit at Auburn. I agree with you on that one. Matt Rule has gone into Temple, picked up Baylor after Art Briles. I mean, those are two awesome rebuild jobs. Do I think he would stay long term? I don't know. I didn't think Nick Saban would still be here in Tuscaloosa.
Has anybody ever lost or left Auburn for a better job?
No,
not in my memory. No.
I mean,
they haven't. I
don't know since World War II if they have.
Yeah.
I mean, Coach Jordan retired there, right? Barfield got fired. Pat Dye got fired. Terry Bowden got fired.
It's where coaches go to get a buyout.
Tommy Tuberville got fired. Gene Chizik got fired.
Gus Malzahn
got fired. Brian Harsin is in the process of getting fired at some point. So, no, Lance, to answer your question, they have not.
Yeah, it's a interesting situation. Anytime you're in the coaching market and you're not able to go get, Urban Meyer, Nick Saban, Dabo Swinney, Kirby Smart at this point. But, I guess Georgia fans probably thought Kirby was a little bit of a gamble, too, when they hired the defensive coordinator. And it has worked out, bringing one of their own home. Part of our show brought to you by the Gutter Cap. Lance, tell us about C. Stu and his crew.
Yeah, hey, look, leaves are falling. One thing you don't want to do is get on that dangerous ladder. It's a dirty job. You get on the roof, you fall. snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping out debris. Eliminate that gutter cleaning forever, back with a lifetime warranty, almost a 20-year service record in Birmingham. And right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. Go to guttercapbirmingham.com or call my good friend Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Okay, so coming up on the show, I'll tell you who's next. But first, is there another show out on the patio?
Yeah, it's a national show.
Are we a national
NBC Radio.
Oh, we're technically it's a national radio show.
Yeah,
Excuse me,
dude's out of D.C.
Yeah, we are a national show, but it's NBC Sports Radio.
Okay.
He's live in Tuscaloosa today at the Innisfree Irish Pub.
He's in the patio. It's a beautiful day here.
It is a gorgeous day here.
It is. It's a beautiful patio out there.
It is.
That Bud Light trailer that's out there, too. It's pretty cool with TVs.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't even notice it until we were doing game night last night with Bud Light. And we rolled out there, and that thing's just, it's very nice.
It's a party, man. Watched some games on it last night. Our buddy Tripp's out there hosing down the patio. And we're inside at Innisfree here in Tuscaloosa, ready to roll. Here's what's coming up on the show. Henry Toa joins us for his weekly visit next segment. And then we'll crank into the pick three. Chris Lowe has spent time with Nick Saban this week at practice. He joins us at 10 o'clock Central Time, starting hour 2. Tyler Watts in the final hour of the show, and pick three throughout. No Rockstar Playhouse today because we did it yesterday, but it's on all of our video platforms. And LT, tell us about Cowan Equipment. And Taylor, I know you're listening in the social media department. Let's make that a Cowan Equipment poll question. Would you rather have at Auburn Hugh Freeze or Jeff Grimes? Hugh Freeze or Jeff Grimes? Those are your two choices. Just choose between those two. We want to settle a debate because
I think it's 75-25.
In favor of Hugh?
Yep.
I don't know if it'll be that big.
Oh,
Brown,
yeah.
what do you think it'll be?
60-40.
60-40 in favor of Hugh?
Now I'm going to go 57-43.
In favor of Hugh?
Yeah.
All right. Hugh Freeze or Jeff Grimes? Cowan Equipment poll question.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
Henry Toa joins us in Tuscaloosa next on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Back with you on the next round. We're in Tuscaloosa getting ready for Texas A&M Alabama. What's the last line you saw in this game?
23.5. I will check it right now, though, Dunaway.
23.5. While he checks that, I want to remind you, if you're going to the game, whether it's here or if you're going to the Auburn game or UAB, any college football game in the South, you can get it shipped directly to you. The best game day wear from the Pants Store, pantstore.com, pantstore.com. You can follow them on all their social media platforms or go to their in-store brick and mortar buildings at 7 locations around the state of Alabama. Crestlines, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, also in Hoover and Auburn. Pantstore.com is the website. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile, and the great game day wear for the women in your life, the fans who are females in your life. Great women's clothing there at the Pants Store. Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and Hoover and Auburn now. What's the latest line on that one?
24.5.
24.5 in that game.
Let's talk about it some on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline as we continue live at Innisfree with our friends from Bud Light, who remind you to decide to ride. Make a plan before you ever take that first drink. Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light remind you to decide to ride. Alabama's Henry Toa with us now on that JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Henry? How are you this morning?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. That was a wild game at Arkansas, a game that seemed in control at 28-0. Bryce Young goes out. Jalen Milroe comes in. Arkansas stages a comeback. The thing that impressed me most about your team in that game, Henry, was you kind of had that killer instinct. As soon as Arkansas came back into the game, you guys are kind of able to clamp down and take control back of that game. Is that kind of the feeling you guys had in the locker room, is that killer instinct is alive and well with you?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely knew that game should have never gotten out of hand. So, it was just one of those moments where we just kind of fell back, into our understanding of how good we can be when we all play together and when we're all locked in, everybody's doing their job, and we're all flying to the ball and we're clicking on all cylinders. So, we've been in moments like that last year, crunch time moments where we had to buckle up and pull out a win. But, that was definitely a good moment to see. But we just can't let that, 28-point lead, go to waste.
Dude, who was in the 10 jersey that pushed that guy after the whistle there and got that 15-yard penalty? What was that guy thinking?
Man, I don't know. We got to go find that guy and slap him. We got to do.
When you do something like that, when you do something like that and you start trotting back over after the series, do you know a butt chewing's coming?
Oh yeah. Definitely I was so embarrassed, and Coach Saban got on me, and that was just something so out of character. I'm never like that. So definitely was a learning lesson. Yeah, I got my butt chewed out though. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, so the play of the game seemed to be you guys are up 28-23, a 3rd and 15 from your own 20, and then Jalen takes it 77 yards. And watching the speed of Jalen, the debate became, is he the fastest player on Alabama's team? Is Jalen Milroe the fastest guy?
See, I think he is. He does that. He does that kind of stuff in practice all the time. He runs around, making cuts in and out. In my opinion, I think it's either him or Jameer. But I think Milroe got him. Milroe's my dog. I think he got him.
Yeah. So right now, if you had to put money on one, if you had $1 million and you had to pick one teammate to outrun anybody, you would take Milroe.
Yep, I got Milroe.
Corey says Isaiah Bond is the fastest. Now, Corey's not in practice, but
no. You guys got to see Milroe in practice. You got to see Milroe.
Alabama's Henry To'oto'o with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It is the next round. We're live at Innisfree Irish Pub in Tuscaloosa, presented by Bud Light, who reminds you to decide to ride. Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light remind you before you ever take that first drink, get a plan. Decide to ride with Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light. All right, so Texas A&M coming to town, and a lot of people around the country want to make this out as a grudge match because of everything that happened in the offseason. I know your locker room has said a lot about we're going to let our talk be on the field. What is the feeling in the locker room about this game? Is it any different because of some of the offseason stuff that happened with Jimbo Fisher and your coach?
No, I mean, there's nothing different. Really, our locker room is so locked in because, we owe them. They beat us last year, and we owe them a good little game. We owe them one. So that's kind of been our attitude. Coach done a great job of putting that off-season noise to silence where we're not even focused on it. We're focused on coming back with vengeance and beating these guys. And that should be our main focus, and that's our main focus right now. Is just definitely putting the whole 60-minute game together to where we can execute and play to the Alabama standard.
What did they do last year that disrupted your defense, and how do you think you've adjusted to that 1 year later?
They really. I remember last year they did a great job of pushing the line of scrimmage, running good concepts in the back end, trying to get guys out of place, being able to try to catch our eyes in areas where we shouldn't be. So they did a good job of that last year. Watching the game from last year, watched it about twice this week as we're watching film from them. But they did a great job of that, trying to do a lot of eye candy. But this year we're so locked in. Definitely a lot older, a lot more mature. Being able to try not to focus on that little eye candy that they put out for us. So definitely excited about what our defense has to do this year.
So word dropped yesterday, Max Johnson is out for the entire season. So Haynes King will be the guy that starts tomorrow. What does Haynes King do well?
He's a fast ball thrower. He can get the ball, where he needs it to be. So that he's a little smaller than Max. So, it's going to be good for us, up front to be able to get our hands up and try to bat balls down. But he can also run. He can extend plays on his feet, trying to get out the pocket. When he's out the pocket, he can still throw it and still run. So, that's definitely going to be a huge challenge for us, and excited to play him.
I know your quarterback, Bryce Young, is a leader on this team already. I'm aware of that. But reading the quotes from Nick Saban yesterday with Chris Lowe of ESPN, and your coach talking about how he's practiced all week, he wants to play this, he doesn't want this injury to stop him. How much respect does that get from a locker room when you see your quarterback have to go out hurt and he's doing everything he can to play in this game Saturday?
Man, you get a lot of respect from a guy like that. Being able to just see him trying to fight through an injury and not only playing the game, but he's trying to practice. A lot of people will get hurt and not even practice and just go straight to the game. No, Bryce is out there trying to practice. Like, you gain so much respect from, not me, but our whole entire leadership group, our whole entire team. That just shows the character he is, though. He's going to fight. He's going to scratch, claw, and do anything it takes to win. And Bryce is a winner, and you see it in him every single day.
All right, Henry Tuatoa on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It's the next round presented by Bud Light that reminds you to decide to ride before you ever take that first drink at a place like here at Innisfree in Tuscaloosa. Make sure you have a plan. Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light remind you to decide to ride. Henry, thank you so much for the time. Good luck against A&M, and we'll see you next Friday.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, buddy, take care. That is Henry Tuatoa, the Alabama linebacker, with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And tell us about some of the great deals they got at Johnston RV Center right now. 2 great locations up north of us in I-65.
Exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur is where you find the Johnston RV Center folks, and you can find them online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. They're clearing out the 22s to make room for the 23s. So things like a fifth wheel, if you're in the market for one of those, the 2022 Wildcat 302BH fifth wheel is $399 a month with 10% down and approved credit. Deals like that and much more at Johnston RV Center, johnstonrvcenter.com. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. It's Johnston RV Center.
We'll start our pick 3 in the next segment. Rockstar will have that pick 3 song ready to go for you. You can be part of it. 205-734-0923, 734-0923. A couple more college football notes before we start breaking down some of the pick 3 games as we get ready. Injuries have been a concern all week long. In the Red River shootout, reports Pete Thamel that Quinn Ewers is not going to just play. He's going to start for Texas. That from Pete Thamel. No word yet on Dylan Gabriel, who is not expected to play after that vicious hit last week. He still could. He hasn't been ruled out, but people are not expecting him to play. But Quinn's expected to play in the 11 a.m. game at the Texas State Fair tomorrow, and that seems to be a positive for Texas, though I will say Hudson Card, in his time, they were 2-1. They did lose that Texas Tech game in a close one, but he had 6 touchdowns and 1 interception.
Well, it's been 24 years since both of these teams were unranked in this game.
Wow.
So to me, Quinn Ewers makes it a must watch.
I kind of agree.
I don't know about you guys, but watching him early on against Alabama, he looked like the real deal.
3 ifs, okay? Can I give you 3 ifs here? If
this is a 3-if guarantee for Brownie.
3-if guarantee. If Quinn Ewers is anything like he was before he got hurt against Bama, and if Oklahoma's defense is anything like it has been against Kansas State and TCU, and if Oklahoma is not starting Dylan Gabriel, which doesn't appear they are, I don't see how they stay on the field with Texas. If all those things are true, how do they stay on the field with them?
Technically, it was 2 ifs and an and, but we'll let it stand.
And if
it is a Sarkisian team, remember that.
Yeah, but I mean, seriously, though, what does Oklahoma do, Lance? They can't stop anybody, and Quinn Ewers was dynamic against a pretty good Alabama defense.
Yeah, but let's not forget Texas did blow a double-digit lead against Texas Tech.
Yeah,
they did.
The more concerning thing for me, Brown, is that Bijan Robinson was always going to start.
That is correct.
Bijan Robinson runs the football, and Oklahoma got beat last week by having horrible run gaps and run discipline. When you give off 60+ runs, what was it, 2 times last week?
Yeah.
And then a couple other 60-yard plus plays where guys were just totally uncovered. That's a problem. And Oklahoma, those are things that can easily be fixed. If it's only one guy who's out of place, you can sort of either change that guy or teach that guy where you're supposed to be. And Brent Venables is a good defensive coach. I think it may just be a little personnel, a much more complicated defensive scheme. And I don't think it's a one-person problem. I think Bijan has the kind of day that maybe has us back talking to him in a Heisman, not as a winner, but back as a guy who could run his way into the top 4 in the Heisman vote.
Yeah.
I think it's a huge day for Bijan Robinson.
So you starting tomorrow?
But it's probably going to be expensive.
You're trying to jump in, and
I'm just asking.
You're trying to jump in.
I've already laid my lineup.
I have not made my lineup yet, so I will not say. But I think I've won 4 Saturdays in a row.
It doesn't feel like a game Oklahoma can keep up. I mean, the way they have been playing of late. Now, you're right, Lance. It is a Sarkisian coach team, but who's the better head coach in this game?
Yeah, but in the Red River, it seems like it's always a close game. The lesser team even when it's been Texas, has made it more interesting.
But who do you think's the better head coach?
The better head coach, I think it's Sarkisian.
Easy, it's Sarkisian.
Yeah.
It's
hard for you guys to say that.
No, it's not. No, I mean, I've seen what Brent Venables has done so far. He's not been a good head coach so far, but it's a very small sample size.
Very small sample size. And we've got a large sample size on Sarkisian. I would lean Sark, but, I still think Sark's an average coach.
I don't disagree with you, Lance. I'm just saying this year, the way this season is going, I agree that Sark is an average coach. They blew a double-digit lead on the road at Texas Tech. I'll again go back to the fact they're a field goal away from beating Alabama. Bama misses a field goal. Something goes different in that game. They're 1 point away from overtime. They're a one-possession game against Alabama, and they lose in overtime against Texas Tech. This is a team that looks worse because they got those 2 losses, and they're a hair away from being 5-0. And if Texas were 5-0 right now, I think it'd feel totally different. They're like 2 plays away.
Big game weekend here in Tuscaloosa. We'll start our pick 3 brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings coming up in our next segment. Part of the show today being brought to you by Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing. Talking to Greg, literally talking to him earlier before today. We were not talking, we were texting back and forth about some things. And he's just back from a great family trip, and he's ready to be working for you guys. He was just on the roof of one of our viewers this week. He's ready to get on your roof too. All you have to do is call him up. 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. If you've ever had roof work done before, ever, and you haven't used Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing, there is a good chance you were not happy with the work. Be honest, right? You weren't happy. A lot of out of town folks, when we got storm damage around here, they come in, they do it on the cheap, they take your money, they go back to Georgia or Mississippi. Or you got some people that don't really use professionals up there. They don't really care about the work. They just take that check and they roll on. That's not the way Greg works. He's a family man. He's local. He's always been local. 10 children. He and his wife own the business. His name is attached to this. Greg from Pell City. He rolls around town in a truck with his logo on the side of it, Storm Restoration Roofing. So he backs it up with his life and his reputation. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Best warranty in the industry, and insurance companies trust him. You can too. Get a free no-cost roof inspection. Free no-cost roof inspection and no obligation. 205-542-3531. Remember that number 2 when you have storm damage. 205-542-3531, or just Greg from Pell City on Facebook for Storm Restoration Roofing. When we come back, it is time for the pick 3. I see as we look live into the studio, our buddy Reed is fired up for the pick 3. He's ready to go. We are too. We're up next from Tuscaloosa. Stay with us.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor. Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you from Innisfree. We've got a cool little, it's not a dartboard, is it? It's where dartboards used to be, I think. Behind this one.
No, I think there is dartboard.
You think it is?
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's got a,
and right next to Lance is where you keep scoring.
Oh yeah. It's got an Innisfree, it's got an Irish flag, wooden backer to it. It's a good look. We got it covered up here with our bigger banner here. If you come by though, we got these banners all over the place, just like this one. Hit the QR code. It's an easy download. But of course, I guess you don't need that if you've already been watching us. If you're watching us now, you probably have already downloaded us, right?
If you happen to stumble in and not be listening to this, it's QR code.
That's right. But you're watching us now, so it makes no sense. But later on today, here at Innisfree, when the doors open up, we'll have a merch table here, which will be our first time, other than our kickoff party, to have a merch table on the road. So I'm interested to see how that goes today. With Taylor from social media, and Reed will be over there handling the merch table here at Innisfree. So if you're in the area, swing by and pick up some Next Round gear. If you're watching us anywhere in the country, nextround.store, nextround.store. Part of our show today being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Friday night football tonight, Nebraska and Rutgers. Any interest in that game?
Zero.
Okay. Houston and Memphis. Brownie, LT, any interest in that one?
I got a lock on that game.
Yeah, a little bit of interest. I mean, the pressure is getting cranked up, I think, on Dana Holgorsen. And this Memphis team, Lance, has been a little better, I think, maybe than we expected.
Yeah, I agree. It seemed like it was going in the wrong direction, and then it popped back the other way. I I'll go on and lay it out there tonight. I like Houston. I think Clayton Tune plays extremely well tonight.
In the Liberty Bowl up in Memphis, Colorado State, Nevada tonight. And then the best game of the night, believe it or not, UNLV has been built into a winner. I think they're 3-1 on the year. Does that sound right? Or 3-1 in conference against San Jose State, who Auburn knows very well is a pretty good little football team. That's 9:30 on the CBS Sports Network tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that San Jose State team, it's been several weeks ago, but when they came to Jordan-Hare Stadium now, what we now know is that Auburn stinks in the second half. That second half, San Jose State had some success.
Yeah, nobody talked about that game. It was a one-possession game in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. Their quarterback and running back were really, really good in that game.
That'll be a fun football game tonight. No doubt about that one. Rockstar, let's do our pick 3 right now. It's brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. Hit it, man.
Pick 3, it's time for the pick 3. 3 for you and 3 for me, that equals a pick 3. Say goodbye to your family, it's time for the pick 3. Only time that I'm happy is when it's time for pick 3.
Buffalo Wild Wings, 12 locations in the Birmingham, Central Alabama area. 20 years in the market, serving up the absolute best sports atmosphere and wings around. The place to be for football Saturdays and Sundays is Buffalo Wild Wings. The new locations, Chelsea, Oxford. Remember, takeout is available through the Buffalo Wild Wings app all weekend long.
In the LT pool, you have Utah, UCLA, Florida State, NC State, and Fresno State and Boise State. A little playoff implications, if there are still some in the Pac-12, and I believe there are to some degree for really both these teams. Utah -3.5 playing in Pasadena against UCLA. We're playing this at 3.5 when we made these lines. What do you think of the Utes getting back on track here? Cam Rising and company.
No, Cam Rising's playing incredible football. He is 6 right now nationally in QBR. Obviously made that big mistake in that final drive against Florida, but since then he's played flawless football. UCLA, I know it's a job that you think can be much better. They are searching for their first 6-0 start since 2005.
Jim Mora Jr.?
Yep, that's him.
No,
I think so.
It was Carl Durrell.
Carl Durrell. Wow.
The now fired from Colorado, Carl Durrell?
Yep. UCLA 4-1 against a number of their last 5 as a home underdog, but on the other side, Utah 5-0 when facing UCLA since 2016. Utah better team. Dangerous game, though, for Utah.
Definitely a dangerous game. I mean, you're playing on the road. Not that the Rose Bowl is a particularly difficult place to play, but you got to take it on the road here at Dunaway if you're Utah. I kind of like UCLA in this spot.
Oh, do you like UCLA in this spot too?
I kind of do.
Which is weird because
I hope not.
All off season, I said Utah was going to win at Florida, and them and USC were going to be undefeated for that game that is now next week, right? I said that all off season, and now, if I'm right, Utah's going to be a 2-loss team, and USC is going to be undefeated.
Wow, and that's right because you have Utah in your little win total game.
I do,
and or you would go a stake with me. You'd let me have Utah, right?
Yeah, I just don't want you to jinx Utah.
Yeah.
So you like Utah, though?
God,
you do
love
like
Utah.
Them, yeah. I like UCLA here.
I love Utah a lot. I like Utah like 10, 13 points Utah.
And UCLA has played one good team or beaten one good team.
Yeah. Oh no, they haven't played well this year. Up until last Friday, and then they played a bad second half.
Is Washington even?
No,
good,
I do think Washington
is
is
good.
good.
Know if they're good.
No, I do think they're good.
Who's
I
Washington?
think they're improved.
Huh?
Who's Washington?
Well, who's anybody beat, Jim? Who's Alabama beat?
Alabama's beaten Texas.
Okay, they're 3-2.
Yeah, Alabama's beaten last week. Who'd they beat last week?
Arkansas.
Arkansas.
They're 3-2.
Yeah, those are good teams.
So their 3-2 is better than Washington's 4-1.
Good 3-2.
Gotcha.
Yes, good 3-2. Well, I mean, the Texas hasn't rolled out against Eastern Washington, have they?
No, that was Florida.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you watch that Washington team, it looks like a good football team. Same thing I'd say about Alabama. Now, I trust the Alabama brand more than the Washington brand, obviously, but that's my point.
Florida State, NC State was still a couple of teams that have conference championship hopes alive, but they took hits last week. Who gets up best off the map? Florida State after their loss or NC State after their loss?
You know, I kind of like Florida State in this spot. I like Florida State last week. I was completely wrong. I love this NC State team coming into this year. Devin Leary just hasn't played good football against his FBS opponents, East Carolina, Texas Tech, and Clemson. Only 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. This is interesting, though. NC State since 2005, 14-3 against the number against Florida State.
14-3 against the number. I'd like to know what they are after a loss, because this is a big, you got to pick yourself up, because they poured a lot into that road game at Clemson.
And you can't help but know now, is ACC divisions this year or not? I'm lost.
They are.
On
Yes,
this. They are.
still in divisions.
So you can't help but know, though, that game
cost you 2.
It cost you 2 because of the division. So if you're an NC State fan, it looks like your championship hopes are off the board already. So
they definitely are if you lose again.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Yeah,
a little surprised that numbers as small as it is, but NC State's offense has just been anemic. I mean, they're 95th nationally in yards per play. On the other side, Florida State, actually, I hate to say this, or I'm just going to say it.
Say it. Don't hate it.
Jordan Travis might be the better quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, Jordan Travis is on pace to have the best QBR in Tallahassee since Jameis Winston.
Yeah, so that's another game in the pool LT of our Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3. So is Fresno State, Boise State. Some quarterback problems for Fresno. Tough loss at UConn. They're on the blue turf. Boise, who may be making a coaching change very soon. You can play that pool or the other 5 pools. You go pick a pool, play one of those pools, and you pick 3-0. If you go 3-0, you get a ball in the bucket and a chance to play for the championship and great prizes at the end of the year, brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. When we come back, Chris Lowe, who's been in Tuscaloosa this week talking to Nick Saban, had some interesting comments about Bryce Young's status and a lot more. We'll talk college football with Chris coming up. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
Dr. Lee can get you straightened out for this football weekend at Greystone Chiropractic. You can see more online and make an appointment, GreystonChiropractor.com, or call 981-8090. That is 981-8090. Just off 280 and 119 Tattersall Park. Go see Dr. Lee. Get your spine properly aligned. It affects everything else in your life. And also check out Element Wellness. They've got IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting so you can live a healthier life. Element Wellness, Greystone Chiropractic, all under one roof. Tattersall Park, 280 and 119. See more, GreystonChiropractor.com.
Chris Lowe's next. We're the next round from Innisfree in Tuscaloosa. Big game weekend, and TNR is on the road.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Hi, this is Alex Durant from the Better Business Bureau. Does your business believe in ethics? Is your business trustworthy? Do you hold your business to the highest standards? Does customer service reign supreme? After you've answered yes to all these questions, answer this. Are you BBB accredited? If not, why aren't you? BBB is a community of ethical, like-minded businesses and brands that believe ethics and values like trustworthiness play a vital role in the marketplace and in the success of their business. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to a higher standard, in turn making their communities a better place to live and work. The BBB torch was lit over 100 years ago by business owners like yourself to protect the public from the impact of fraud in the marketplace. Today, the torch is carried by businesses large and small who all believe that better businesses make better communities. Apply for BBB accreditation today by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BETTERBIZ for a special offer for next round listeners and earn your sign of a better business.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to, just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at TimberlineGC.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2 from the legendary Innisfree Irish Pub in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and we're here for a big game, Texas A&M and Alabama, the Tide back to number 1 in the country. We'll talk to Chris Lowe after LT tells us about one of our presenting sponsors at Redmont Vodka.
Yeah, look, hey, the weekend is here. Pick up a bottle of Redmont Vodka. Support local. It's locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides a smooth finish, doesn't have that harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores, also available in 20 states. We've got a last call coming up very soon here, Redmont Vodka.
All right, Chris Lowe with us now from ESPN, at CLowe ESPN on Twitter. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He talked to Nick Saban about the health of Bryce Young yesterday, so we'll talk about that and some SEC games this weekend. Welcome in, Chris. Hope you're doing well today.
Doing great. It's good to be with you guys.
Yeah, it's always great to have you on, Chris. When you know Coach Saban very, very well. You've talked to him many times. When you talked to him yesterday about Bryce Young, did you come away feeling like Bryce Young plays in this game or Bryce Young doesn't play in this game?
Best way I'd answer that is I think he's got a chance to play in the game. And I don't think that Nick was ready to really sort of guess at that point because, you know, it's a Saturday night game and they've got some time, as you pointed out. And he said more than anything he wanted to talk to Bryce. I know they were supposed to talk last night, a good day, to see where Bryce is, but it's going to be a pain tolerance thing, how he feels like he can function and throw the football. You know, can he throw the football down the field effectively? Those kind of things. It's not a structural thing. It's not a rotator cuff thing. It's nothing that's going to keep him out long term. It's just something that could affect him, again, from a pain issue and able to make the throws that he wants to make. Now, again, this was, you know, he threw on Wednesday. Bryce threw on Wednesday at practice. He's been practicing this week. He did not throw yesterday, but that was by design from the Alabama medical staff because they don't want to overdo it. It's like a pitcher. You know, if a pitcher's got some arm issues or his arm's hurting a little bit, you don't want to overdo it. You know, you don't want him to throw that week and potentially miss his next start. So I think that was part of the plan yesterday, is for him not to throw. And honestly, I think when they get out there Saturday, and he's got a chance to move around and throw a little bit, see how he is, I think he'll have a better feel then whether he wants to play. Clearly he wants to play. And Nick said that the kid has been saying all week that he wants to and he could play. But, you know, if he can't throw it and he's still having considerable pain when he's trying to make certain throws, then they won't play it. That'll be a medical decision. And I can tell you this, having covered Bama's program for a long time, there's not a coach-trainer relationship that's better or more sincere or healthier than Nick Saban and Jeff Allen. Those guys communicate 1,000% and know each other well, and they will not put Bryce Young out there if they don't feel like he's ready to go.
Chris, I know A&M fans really optimistic coming into 2022. Now they're 3-2. They're 24.5-point underdogs in this game. Where do you think A&M fans are right now on Jimbo Fisher?
Not real happy in North Tennessee. I mean, this has not been. I was there in August and watched them practice, and I thought they would be a lot better this year. Now, in full disclosure, I thought next year would be A&M's year, quote unquote year, when they would really be a juggernaut and would have a chance to win a title. I thought they would be really good this year, certainly better than they've been. And they're talented. Their freshman class is talented. They're good up front. Nick told me yesterday when I was with him that he doesn't think there's any doubt this is the best defense they will have faced this year in A&M. So the dysfunction and consistency at quarterback and just not being able to be very explosive and score points has been their bugaboo. And looks like they're going to play Haynes King, who started the season. Great athlete, can fly, can run, guy can run around and make some plays, but they just weren't that good throwing the football. Certainly he wasn't as decisive as he needed to be. And just they didn't finish drive. That's the thing. You go back and watch A&M play, they've had trouble in that department all year long. And against Bama's defense, I don't know that he's going to change a lot. We'll see. I think that's the biggest frustration among A&M fans is that Jimbo's got this long and for the most part, really good reputation offensively and developing quarterbacks. But in talking to people in the game, his offense hasn't changed much over the years. It's sort of stayed the same. And if you've got the right quarterback or a quarterback who fits in that system, it's still plenty effective. But if you don't get it right at quarterback, that's when they get in trouble. And that's, again, been an issue now for a couple of years.
Are you surprised by that? When you have a guy, and I know it was a different school, but when you have a guy like Jameis Winston, who won a national championship and a Heisman Trophy, that usually sort of sets the table for other big-time quality quarterbacks to flock to you. And he has a great reputation with quarterbacks. Are you surprised that he's yet to find his next Jameis Winston?
Well, quarterback's a funny deal. Guys, he signed some guys that were highly rated that he felt like were going to be really good fits that just didn't pan out. Now the freshman he's got on campus now, Wigman, he's a bigger kid, can really throw it. I think he'll play some tomorrow. I think you'll see them play the freshman. I don't think he's going to start. I think Haynes King will start, but I would say that Wigman will get a shot, see what he can do throwing the football against that Alabama defense. But yeah, I think any coach that's got that reputation has been an offensive / quarterback guru. Typically, you feel like players are going to flock there. But to your statement, it's been on Jameis Winston. That's almost 10 years ago. It's almost a decade ago. So the body of work since then, and you guys know this. Quarterbacks and high school coaches and their quarterback coaches and their moms and dads, they keep up. And sort of what happened 10 years ago to a 17-year-old is ancient history. What's happened the last 4, 5, 6 years ago sometimes is what they're looking at.
Chris Lowe is with us from ESPN. At CLowe ESPN is where you find him. If you want to read what he said or what Nick Saban said to him, you can read that at ESPN.com. Chris is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You've spent an extensive amount of time in East Tennessee in your life, Chris. I think for a lot of Tennessee fans, these next two games feel like are they back to the Phil Fulmer vintage years, or is it still going to be a struggle to get there? These are two massive games coming up for the Vols.
I've never felt you look, certainly in the SEC, and you never look too far ahead. You never feel like you've arrived, no matter what you've done. It was a huge step for Tennessee to beat Florida because Florida had just won so many games in that series, even when Tennessee was the better team. And Tennessee to sort of break that barrier was a huge step for the program. But the Vols in 16 under Butch Jones beat Georgia and Florida guys in the same year, and didn't have anything to show for it. They lost 3 straight after that. They lost to Vanderbilt at the end of the season. So I think there's excitement among the Tennessee fan base. They feel the momentum. They see the product on the field. Josh Heupel's done a terrific job of coming in there and really sort of steadying that ship. His offense has been it's so difficult to defend because they go so fast. And you've got a quarterback who's experienced and seasoned and playing just out of his mind, and that's Hendon Hooker. But you're right, man. They got LSU and Bama back-to-back weeks. And what looks like maybe is going to be a breakthrough-type season this year, if you lose both of those games all of a sudden, then the landscape looks a lot differently. So both of them are important. I think the LSU game playing down there tomorrow, it's 11 a.m. Central start. So the Vols probably get a break, although LSU's been really good in those games recently. I don't think they've lost a game since 2000. But I think we find out a lot more about Tennessee. And they had a week off. They're probably not going to have their best receiver again, Cedric Tillman. How will they handle being a top 10 team on the road, their first SEC road game? Everyone's talking about nationally. How mature is this team? There's a lot of questions I think will be answered by Tennessee this weekend.
So, Chris, Auburn just finished a strange 5-game home stretch. Now they go on the road for the first time. They go to Athens. They're sitting at 3-2. How do you think the season plays out for the Auburn Tigers?
Well, as I looked at their schedule even before the year, I mean, I thought, all right, they've really got to take advantage of those first 5 games at home. They need to be at least 4-1, ideally 5-0. And here they are, 3-2. So, last week had to be pretty demoralizing for Brian Harston all the way down through to lead that game, to play well early, to jump out 17-0, and then just go belly up in the second half, which, unfortunately for Auburn, has sort of been their MO. So now you're right. They get into the teeth of their schedule, the toughest part of their schedule. How do they hold up? Not only physically, but mentally and emotionally. If they come out of this game, Georgia, and it's a, really one-sided affair. I'll say this, having spent some time with Harston, he is, for everything that maybe he's not, he is a tough, resolute dude. And I think his team is not going to throw in the towel. I'd be very surprised. I think a lot of people thought last week that, all the things out there that they might not play as well against LSU, but they competed. They couldn't finish the game in the second half. I think that type of attitude, that mentality for Brian will permeate his team, but they're just so limited offensively. They're going to have to win a lot of games here down the stretch, 21-20, 24-21, 21-17, because they just can't score. And as you guys know, in the SEC, that's just not realistic to win a lot of football games that way. In today's game period, you've got to be able to score. You've got to have good, certainly above average play at quarterback and guys that are making plays around the quarterback. And that just hasn't happened. And I don't see that changing overnight this year for Auburn.
It seemed like a lot of folks started to drain the tub on the Georgia Bulldogs repeating as national champions over the last 2 weeks. Are you one of those, or do you still think Georgia has it in them to run the table again and win this thing, because they looked so good to start the year? And I guess I'm old and I expect it, Chris, that occasionally there'll be flat moments throughout the year and you're not going to look like your best all the time. I still believe in this Georgia team. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, they're too talented. I mean, they've got a quarterback who's been playing since Reagan was in office. I mean, he's got weapons around him. They got to play better and get some guys back at receiver. I think that's the area. Brock Bowers is terrific at tight end, but they need some guys at the receiver position that can make more plays down the field. Jalen Carter, their best defensive player, has not been healthy. They got to get him back and playing at the level. I think he's probably, you talk to NFL people, he's the most coveted interior defensive lineman in college football. So they got to get some people back too, as well as they've recruited, much like Alabama. When you lose some key guys like that, it shows up. And I think you've seen that the last 2 weeks. They haven't played well, and really was on the ropes for most of that fourth quarter against Missouri. But sometimes those kind of games do more good than bad, especially for a team it's as battle tested and driven as Georgia. But no, I'm not. Listen, you've seen it in this league. Alabama loses last year on the road to A&M. They come back. They look pretty average. They're just really fortunate to survive in 4 overtimes against Auburn. And a week later, they play the best football game and beat Georgia in Atlanta. And then come back a month later and are right there in that game for a second time. So you see some bad outings. You see some teams that don't play their best football. But talent always wins out. And the 2 most talented teams in the SEC, I think the 2 most talented teams, let me rephrase that. The 3 most talented teams in college football are still Georgia, Alabama, and Ohio State in no particular order. And I think at the end of the day, that all 3 of those teams will probably end up being in the playoff.
All right, he is Chris Lowe. You can read him at ESPN.com. Follow him at CLoweESPN on Twitter, and always keep up with his work. He does a great job. Go read what he wrote about his talk with Nick Saban last night there at ESPN.com. Chris, a pleasure talking with you always. We appreciate the time. Have a nice weekend.
Okay. You guys have a great day.
All right, buddy. You too. Thanks a lot. Chris Lowe with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Part of the show today being brought to you from Innisfree out here in Tuscaloosa by our friends at Way to Wellness. If you're looking to get back in shape for the summer of 2023, now's a good time to start doing that. Great gift as well, maybe for a family member that has always struggled with their weight, their blood pressure, their cholesterol. Way to Wellness is a perfect gift to give as well this holiday season, the gift of life right there. Go to the website, aplanforme.com, and talk to Leslie and her board-certified team over there. No cookie-cutter plan is planned specifically designed for you. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and a free meeting, your first free consultation with Leslie and her team over there. It is Way to Wellness, planforme.com, the website. The website, again, just type in aplanforme.com, and you'll get all the details you need right there. And just tell them Jim sent you, and use the same plan I did, and it works out good. We're at Innisfree in Tuscaloosa. Good conversation with Chris Lowe there.
Yeah, in which he said he expects to see Connor Wegman. It sounded like was talking. Now, I guess if Haynes King's out there pulling a Zach Calzada, you won't see him. And I've not seen Wegman take a snap. I don't know if you guys have seen him.
Nope.
So I don't know what to expect there. But I would think if you're going to unveil Connor Wegman on the road against a Nick Saban Pete Golding defense, doesn't feel like the optimal time to do it. But I guess your hand could be forced.
Well, yeah, he's the future, though. Right?
Yes,
and in today's transfer portal, you got to let this guy play. And what do you have to lose right now if you're A&M?
You really don't.
You're not supposed to win.
Yep.
A lot of these freshman quarterbacks now are ready to play. So, again, this makes this game more appealing to me if he's in there.
Yeah, no, I agree with you completely. It's far more. I've seen Haynes King. I know what you're getting from Haynes King. Yeah. It's far more interesting to me to see what you're getting from Connor Wegman.
What really interests me is that, Nick Saban believes this is the best defense they've faced so far. I thought the Texas defense really did a great job against Alabama.
Well, that entire game, Klatt and Gus Johnson talked about the impact of Gary Patterson on that defense, how he had kind of taken over the game planning for that defense. And since then, what have you guys seen from Texas defense since that game?
Not a ton.
Well, I don't think they've looked the way they did against Alabama, do they? And that would lend a little credence to the fact that Gary Patterson had a good specific game plan for Alabama, because Alabama's offense since that game has been better than it was in that game. So I think those two worlds collided. So yeah, I think Gary Patterson probably gets a lot of credit for that.
Yeah. So that's interesting what Chris said there. You can always get that podcasted if you missed anything of that right there. Chris Lowe and the folks at ESPN. Tyler Watts is our next guest. He's in the final hour of the show at around 12 noon. That'll be after the doors open up here at Innisfree. Already Henry Toa and Chris Lowe on the big game here in Tuscaloosa. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Simpio. One of the first calls we made when we started the company here was to call Simpio to get all our ducks in a row, man.
Yeah, look, they take care of all the BS in every single office. Again, as Dunaway said, one of the first calls we made, Blake Patterson and the great folks at Simpio, they're going to take care of the 4 pillars, which is compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467 or online, Simpio.com.
Is that our buddy Tyler over
It
there?
is, yeah.
If I go out and get the shears, can we cut your hair live on the air?
You're donating. Oh, now you feel great.
I don't feel bad.
Okay.
We got to cut it at some point. I'd love to cut it.
Dr. B would. You don't need to go see Dr. B.
No, you're good.
He's got Trevor Lawrence's hair.
He does.
He does. I mean, that's almost mid back.
He could straight up go old school Willie Nelson ponytail.
Yeah, I could not grow that much hair the rest of my time on Earth.
No, you could not. You're right. If you just never cut it again, it never gets there.
Exactly.
By the way, this question, Nathan says, I'd rather have Gary Patterson than Jeff Grimes. Steve says, Patterson to Auburn a possibility. You guys think Gary Patterson will be a head coach again?
62 years old, I believe.
I'd rather have Patterson than Grimes.
I mean, I saw what he did at TCU. I don't even know how old is Grimes. I mean, what is the actual age?
How old is Grimes?
Yeah.
Grimes is 54. I'm going
to put Grimes at 48.
I'm going to go 54.
48.
Are you going to go 48, Jim? Unless he's going to go 54. Jeff Grimes is 54.
Wow.
It's so weird.
Why you doubt me, man?
It's so weird. I mean, Jeff Grimes of all people.
Well, I mean, if I'm playing in an NBA game and Kareem's in the paint, occasionally I've got to drive the basket to challenge Kareem. Do I get it swatted in my face right there?
Of course you do.
Yeah. Jeff Grimes could be the next Nick Saban, but it's just such a roll of the dice.
Yeah.
And I don't know what Auburn's supposed to do right now.
And I don't know if Gary Patterson will be a head coach again. If I'm Texas defensive coordinator, I'm a little worried about my job.
You're supposed to roll the dice.
Yeah.
God, you can't keep resetting, though.
You can't win if you don't roll the dice.
Yeah, but it's almost like, okay, programs having success right now in the SEC. Let's go through them.
All right, Alabama,
on
Georgia.
The other side. We're up against a break here. When we come back, we'll do that. But you can tell us about Odie's as we head to break here if you want to.
Yeah, hey, look, if you're looking for a great place for lunch or dinner, you can enjoy the fall weather outside on that patio. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. Odie's Tavern, Rodney Davis serving up incredible food for 3 decades now. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets, full of the Bud Light, live music tonight and tomorrow night. Great place to watch college football. It's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. you'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
All right, so if you're back with us now or just joining the show, ESPN's Chris Lowe last segment telling us he expects at some point from his reporting that Texas A&M freshman Connor Wegman will be in the game against Alabama tomorrow night at Bryant-Denny Stadium, just down the street from us here at Innisfree in Tuscaloosa. He does expect Haynes King to start, but he expects Connor Wegman to get in the game at some point. But as Brown points out, if it's going good, you don't want to do that. And that's what we were talking about there with the A&M defense and Nick Saban's respect for the A&M defense and whether or not Bryce Young plays or not. You know, could this game end up looking a little bit like Alabama-Texas when that game was a lot closer for most of that game than most everybody thought it was going to be?
I'd be a little bit surprised. I mean, Texas got a better offense than Texas A&M. That day Texas defense looked elite. They've not played up to that level since then. I think a lot of credit goes to Gary Patterson and that game plan there. And this is a good A&M defense, but they have struggled a little bit to stop the run. So you wonder if what Alabama found in the run game a little bit with Jahmyr Gibbs Saturday at Arkansas carries over to this game. If so, that is a recipe for disaster regardless of the quarterback.
Yeah, but I would say that, Alabama's offense did struggle against Texas. Texas A&M's got a really good defense. Yep. If Milroe comes in now knowing that he's the starter, if he is in fact, that would be the path to keeping this close.
New Life Art brings us our viewing menu every day. Rockstar back in our Next Round studios high atop the Blue Lake Center to give us that. But New Life ready to give you that special deal, man.
Yeah, the game week special. Get a free unframed Leap of Faith 8x10 Collegiate Classic print with any $50 purchase. In Leap of Faith by Daniel A. Moore, Alabama's award-winning Jonathan Allen flies over Travion Williams to sack Trevor Knight in the 2016 matchup against A&M. Alabama beat the Aggies 33-14. No code needed for this. Item will automatically appear in your cart after $50 has been added. Offer will end 10/9/22. So get on it. Go to danielmooreart.com for more information.
You got 3 things tonight. Premiere on Hulu, a new original. They're bringing back Hellraiser 2022. Lance, you a big Hellraiser guy? You're a Cenobite guy?
I saw the original. I did not like it. What was the guy's Pinhead?
Pinhead. This one's a female Pinhead this time. But
is it?
Yep. Pinhead. And then on Netflix, there's a new movie called Luckiest Girl Alive. A successful woman, Mila Kunis, is in New York City, finds her life upended when she is forced to confront a dark truth that threatens to unravel her meticulously crafted life. What do you think that dark truth is going to be?
I think that
Her dad
Mila
killed Easter Bunny.
Kunis.
She's dating Santa Claus.
I'm going to say it ends up that she is the heir to the throne in a different country.
Yeah, I think she's an illegal
That's
alien.
not really a dark
That's
truth.
a dark ass truth.
And she's about to get deported.
And on theaters tonight, the premiere of Amsterdam, which has got about I think a 32% Rotten Tomatoes from viewers. I don't know about critics, but it is this huge cast. It's called in 1933. Three close friends find themselves at the center of one of the most shocking secret plots in American history. Christian Bale's in it. Rami Malek's in it. It's like a ton of people.
Margot Robbie,
Robert
Chris
De Niro.
Rock.
Yeah.
I will tell you this: Robert De Niro. I think Robert De Niro's probably one scene. Chris Rock's probably one scene. Rami Malek's probably one scene. I read some of the reviews, and there were a couple of people that said visually it's a pretty good film, but most just say it's a mess. It's just chaos, and it's hard to understand the plot. I agree. I mean, watching the trailer confuses me.
And I see that I was asking Lunsford about this because Christian Bale's the guy that doesn't really do interviews, I thought. But this week he has been all over. Like he's been on, is it GQ where they review all your greatest roles? And then he said he wanted to thank Leonardo DiCaprio for every role he's gotten because everything he gets, Leonardo DiCaprio has turned down. He's always the first choice.
I saw that. It's so funny you brought that up. I saw that headline just before the viewing menu that Christian Bale says Leo literally gets the first offer for every role in Hollywood. They all go to Leo first.
And he makes a movie, every 3 years?
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good life. I mean, you don't even have to read for a director. You just pick and choose your script.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's usually Scorsese, too.
Works out good that way if you're the king, right, man? You're sitting on top and just pick and choose.
I saw odds on who Giselle will date next, and Leo was one of the top three.
She's way too old.
Yeah, I think she is way too old.
His cutoff is like 25. I'm gonna date a grandmother.
Trip said he's in.
Trip will take it. All right, that is our rock stars watching tonight. Brought to you again by our friends at New Life Art. Game week specials out there.
Yeah, get that free unframed Leap of Faith 8x10 Collegiate Classic print with any $50 purchase. Again, no code needed. Item will automatically appear in your cart after $50 has been added. Offer ends 10/9/22. Go to DanielMooreArt.com for more information.
By the way, that's maybe Texas A&M's best uniform. They wore it the night Jonathan Allen jumped over the line here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. They had the gray pants.
Oh, a lot like Mississippi State.
The maroon
Are you
stripe.
sure those are gray?
Are they not?
No, I think it's all white.
Think it's all white?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, man, Trevor Knight had been knocked down a lot from my angle.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure because, I don't know, Dunaway. You might be right.
I thought they wore silver breeches that night, white jerseys, and that Texas A&M ATM hat that they have there. Their helmet.
I think Alabama, that crimson, whatever it is, it's more of a red to me. I just don't like the maroon from A&M or Mississippi State.
I don't mind it with A&M. I just can't have two of them in the league.
Yeah, you didn't like it when State and A&M played.
Well, then
Too much
Arkansas.
maroon.
I mean, it's all over the place.
Yeah, Arkansas is closer to the Alabama red.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, Arkansas is closer to Alabama. Georgia sticks out on its own a little bit.
There's a lot of different reds. Washington State's got their own red.
They do. That's the thing to do is get your color and then, get Home Depot or whatever, whoever the official color person is to name the color.
Yeah, what is it called?
Alabama
when you go to get the different shade, it's like a 3-letter.
Yeah. Oh,
Rockstar, help us out.
It's the
RBG.
RBG?
No.
PNG?
It's something like that.
BBC.
TBG.
Hang on, I'll say it.
No, but you can find out like your team's color, what it is.
Yeah.
And you can go to like a Home Depot and get that paint.
Right.
Like some people, I mean, there are some colors that are like the Detroit Lions. That color is owned by the Lions, I think. Right?
Yeah, Hawaiian blue.
It's Hawaiian blue. Yeah. Pantone is the code you're looking for, the Pantone code, but you're thinking of maybe CMYK.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Neither one.
Yeah.
All
See,
right.
That's Brown trying to look smart.
I thought it was like
as you guys
I
give
thought
him
it
the
was
answer in the chat room.
PMS is what you're talking about.
That's exactly
that's
what it is.
Pantone. Yeah,
Okay.
that's Pantone.
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about.
PMS.
All right, we move
That's
forward.
what Dunaway has.
What is PMS?
Yeah.
Yeah, all the time. Yeah, because you're my period all the time.
Oh
Nichols
that
Outfitters.
is the rock star. One of the weirdest things.
Boom, boom.
One of the weirdest things he's ever said, rock star.
You just got him. Boom.
And my back hurts. Nichols Outfitters. Go ahead.
Listen, Nichols Outfitters of Pelham has safes, all right? Gun safety is paramount to the people at Nichols Outfitters, and it should be to you as well. Browning and Champion safes are in stock on display. Gun storage fits right into gun safety, but it's not just that. Safely secure your valuables, cash, gold, heirlooms, anything that requires additional security with the great safes there available at Nichols Outfitters. Off exit 242 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com. That's nicholsoutfitters.com.
All right, back to the Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3. You can go play at nextroundlive.com. Nextroundlive.com. 311 winners so far this season. This week, we'll give our picks later, but Brown and I got balls in the buckets. We've all been 3-0 at least once this year. Your chance to get in there and play in the championship for the grand prize that actually it's a rivalry weekend. We'll be doing that coming up at the end. So about halfway through the run of the season, still plenty of time for you to get one winner. That's all it takes getting to the championship right there at nextroundlive.com. Just hit that big Buffalo Wild Wings logo and choose a pool and go 3-0, and you're into the big championship at the end of the year. We'll jump into my pool. We've already talked a little bit about Texas and Oklahoma. Southern Miss and Troy's an interesting contest. They'll wear 1987 national championship Troy helmets this weekend at home against Southern Miss in the Eagles' first Sun Belt game now that they're back in the Sun Belt. But Tennessee LSU and Baton Rouge is a game that continues to intrigue me. It's one of my top 3 games in the country that I am interested in. Of course, I'll be on CBS 42 opposite of it for most of the afternoon tomorrow, yes. But I'll have it down beside my camera, keeping an eye on it. Tennessee's offense, one of the best in the country, 365 yards a game, 48.5 points per game. LSU's defense is on the same level as Ohio State's defense. They're ranked the same. They're giving them the same number of points as Ohio State.
That's not necessarily a compliment.
Well, I mean, Ohio State's defense has improved that much, but they're only giving up about 14 points a game. That's not a bad place to be.
I should have said that hasn't necessarily been a compliment. Right. I should have said it that way, but you're right. I mean, that's an improvement. I would like to know in this game, LT, who I'm going to see at quarterback for LSU. Is it going to be Nussmeier? Is it going to be Jaden Daniels?
I think it's going to be Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I think it is too. Now, that's not necessarily – I mean, he wasn't great at Auburn, so it's not like he is – Cam Newton we're talking about here, right? I mean, wasn't he 8 of 20 passing against Auburn?
Yeah, 80 yards.
But that is a much better – 2 things. You're at Jordan-Hare, difficult place to play for Jaden Daniels, and probably the toughest road game he's ever played. I mean, I don't know one he would have played at Arizona State that was as tough as playing Jordan-Hare Stadium.
No, he played in East Lansing, though, and he played really well his freshman year in a win.
So you're at Auburn, and you're playing against a better defense than Tennessee has. So I would think Jaden Daniels, if healthy, can play a better game at home against that Tennessee defense.
Yeah, back to your point on LSU's defense, the last 4 games, they haven't given up more than 17 points in any of those contests.
And that's a comfortable place to try to win football games if the other team's not going to score more than 17. Right?
Yeah, and I think it's going to be really hard to hold this Tennessee offense to that. I mean, right now they lead the FBS in total offense, 559 yards per game. They're second nationally in scoring, 48.5 points per game. They're coming off a bye. Everything seems right for Tennessee. There's just something weird about this game for me.
Weird that makes you want to go Tennessee. Weird that makes you want to go
LSU. Makes you want to go LSU.
Yeah, me and you both are on LSU. Yeah. He's on Tennessee.
I'm heavy on Tennessee.
I'm pulling for Tennessee because I want the Tennessee-Alabama game to be that big.
I would like to see undefeated versus undefeated top 10 matchup. It's been a while since that rivalry felt like it mattered, and I'd like it to feel like it mattered again. It's a fun rivalry.
Tennessee's defense, Brown's talked about it a lot, 95 in the country. Out of 131 teams, that's not good. And one other positive for LSU is they get Garrett Dellinger back, that guy we just threw away in passing last week when we thought LSU would handle Auburn easily. They missed him. He had surgery on his hand, missed the Auburn game. He is back at guard. He will play for LSU, and everyone who covers LSU and all the players this week talking to the media down there seems to think that he was a missing piece on that line that helps hold them together.
You mentioned the Tennessee defensive number. And it is bad, but it is worse when you look at their pass defense, Jim. 128 out of 131.
Yeah, but that's not what LSU really does.
And, well, I know it's going to hurt them more against Alabama, obviously, than it does against LSU. But that was my point again, going back to Jaden Daniels being 8 of 20. He's playing a much worse defense and doing it at home.
Yeah. So that's another game in the Dunaway pool there. Go to nextroundlive.com, play the Buffalo Wild Wings, pick 3 right there. Later in the show, coming up, at the top of the hour, we will do our Monday's headlines. You got your headlines ready?
I've got it ready.
You've already sent it into Rockstar?
He can't do graphics today. Can't do graphics today.
I've got mine ready. Didn't send it to Rockstar.
Okay, I've got mine ready. So top of the hour, we've got 3. What game are you doing?
I'm going to do the Alabama Texas A&M game.
I'm doing the Alabama Texas A&M game. What about you? I am doing the Oregon State Stanford game.
Of course. South Carolina got a bye week.
Yeah, and I'm sure you'll be playing off the Cardinals tree, right? Possibly. Yeah. What is the hairiest tree out there, Rockstar?
Cliff. Wait, what?
Is there a fir tree? Is it fir trees?
Yeah.
What would you call it?
Fern
Gully.
FIR, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Still to come on the show, Tyler Watts as well later on as we broadcast live from Innisfree. You think Tripp can get us a Bud Light soon? Yeah, I'm sure he can. When are you going to start? 12, 11? I don't know because I've got at 1 o'clock. I'm doing the last call. I got to start drinking Redmont vodka at 1. It's like seeing it's like realizing finally who Clark Kent is. Did you guys ride together?
We
No,
did not.
we
No.
did not. Why? Were you going to somebody to drive you back? Is that what you're looking for? Man, I can rest up for a while though. Yeah. You're going to stay. You're going to hang out for a while. All right. All that's a busy day here in Innisfree, and we'll have a merch table here in just a little bit as well. But when we come back, we will continue to talk some college football and get into what's happening this week in the National Football League. Don't forget the Players Club is up as well on all of our video platforms. You can go check that out. Released yesterday afternoon. Lance gives you 5 free plays in the Players Club. We continue on right now. The show being brought to you in part by the great folks over there, Dr. B. We were just talking about Dr. B a few seconds ago, and Dr. B under this hat right here has LT's hair. What, a 15% increase?
I'm going to tell you right now. I want to pull this back up because this is the email that I got.
I thought it was 12%, but just eyesight. I did it 12%.
Yeah, I think you might be right, Dunaway. Hold on one sec. That's why you need to give me a heads up. Here we go. Okay, so when I went to Dr. B's office, I had that hair analysis done last week. I think it was last Thursday. Results came back 12 to 14% thicker already.
12 to 14%.
How about that? It's not Tyler over there, but 12 to 14% better. I'm still pretty early in the treatment. Just started the second phase. Already have significant growth. Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of the NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama. He remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast, takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision. Still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. For one of Birmingham's best beer selection since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Back with you on the Next Round as we continue to count down to the big game this weekend here in Tuscaloosa, Texas A&M and Alabama in town. We've been in town since about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon here at Innisfree Irish Pub, and a great place to start your game day tomorrow. Always go when it's a night game. You can gather here and enjoy the cocktails and the food and get ready to walk over to Bryant-Denny Stadium, as a lot of you will do. We'll do our Monday headlines today, coming up at the top of the hour. More college football conversation coming up right here. The show being brought to you in part by our friends right there at Adam Mestre. It's Rockstar's guy. So Rockstar, tell us about your guy, and we'll get back into the football conversation.
Of almost the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam Mestre is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust that walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
It seems like every time we talk about Texas A&M with a guest, including Chris Lowe earlier, you want to talk about, the future with Jimbo Fisher. And I wonder if you can you make a comparison with Jimbo Fisher and Gus Malzahn, what Auburn fans went through with Gus Malzahn year after year after year after year?
Look, it seems the same. It seems like 4 losses every year. The difference is Jimbo Fisher did have the resume. he was the guy that won a national championship. And I know
But not
Gus
for
was,
Texas A&M, though.
No,
right?
no. But, you would think more resources in College Station than what you had in Tallahassee. I'll never forget we had Feinbaum on the show, and Feinbaum was like, he will win a national championship.
Yeah. I think maybe the mistake we make with schools like A&M is the automatic assumption that resources equal success. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't think you can have success with resources, but I also don't think you could just throw resources at it and automatically have success. I mean, I think Texas has proven that. I think Texas A&M for years, for decades now, has proven that. And I think Nebraska doesn't lack for resources. I mean, I think there are other factors that go into it. So I think a lot of times we look at it and say, well, he's got all the resources. Well, he does, but resources don't necessarily equal wins.
Right. When's the last time Florida was good?
Yeah. I mean, Florida's got as many resources as anybody.
Well, let me take,
and they've got the recruiting to back it up too, the recruiting hotbed to back it up.
Let me take this analogy a little bit further, though. Okay. A win over Nick Saban seemed to always it would bring a contract extension usually for Gus Malzahn, right?
Yep.
It has done that now for Jimbo, but yet the losses still look a lot like Gus Malzahn. And there was always that one moment that seemed to keep Gus around for another year at Auburn. And you just wonder if that will be the case with Jimbo Fisher, if there'll always be that one win or winning just enough that year to, when you start weighing, he's won just enough and the buyout is so big, so we got to keep him another year. That's what it always was.
I think
Gus.
it's the buyout.
But it was always that way with Gus.
Yeah,
it was the buyout. It was the buyout, and then I know it's a different kind of buyout, but it was the buyout with Gus. Oh, we just gave him another contract. He just beat Saban last year. We gave him a new contract. We can't get rid of him. And then they would go another year, and then they would beat Saban again, and then blah blah blah. It just seemed like it kept stacking on, where nobody was really happy with the coach they had, but they kept him around. Is that what we're headed to with Jimbo Fisher?
Well, I think what's going to happen, I mean, 85 million is the number we hear. I do think that it sounds weird, is pocket change to those boosters,
I guess.
And if they can find the right guy, I think right now they're back channeling. And I think if a guy like Urban Meyer would take this job, I think they would fire Jimbo Fisher. But you got to get the right guy. I mean, who's a slam dunk that would win you a championship? I mean, Urban Meyer is, I think.
I wouldn't even go that far. I wouldn't say Urban Meyer is. Like if Urban Meyer took the job today at Texas A&M, do I think he'd win a national championship in 5 years? I would not make that guarantee. No,
I would make the guarantee, but you would think they'd be in the mix at least.
I think they would be better. Yeah, I
mean, again, because I think it's gotten more difficult because Nick Saban doesn't seem like he's going anywhere.
My fear with
Brian Kelly.
Yeah. My fear with Urban Meyer is, am I getting the driven Urban Meyer that I had at Florida and Ohio State? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that goes back to the Klatt thing, right? Where coaches that are doing this or doing this, you want the coaches that are doing this
that are ascending, not descending,
not have already had their best years of their life.
Would you take Mark Stoops?
I don't know that he would win a national championship at A&M. Is that what you're asking me?
Well, I'm just asking, is that an upgrade?
We ignore, and I like Mark Stoops, okay, and I appreciate what he's done at Kentucky, but we ignore I think a lot of times with Mark Stoops, we ignore some coaching malfeasance just because he's at Kentucky.
It's funny that you guys do that with say Mark Stoops, and I think we
did the same thing with Dan Mullen.
That's what I was going to say. Y'all did same thing with Dan Mullen.
We did 100%. I'll admit it.
And I have my blind spots too. I probably do it with Mark Stoops. I overlooked the fact that, man, they should have won the game.
They should have won the game against Ole Miss.
Yeah.
I mean, you got crap special teams. You can't get kicks right. Yep. You decline a hold that allows Ole Miss to attempt a field goal that ends up being the difference in the points in the game. You go back. Do you guys remember that Florida game? Now you got to go back several years, but they're in Lexington. They've got Florida beat, and twice they leave a receiver uncovered.
That's right.
I mean, those are things that get overlooked a little bit, I think, because Mark Stoops is a guy that's winning games at Kentucky, and you're like, well, he must be a phenomenal coach. And I do think he's a good coach, but I'm saying I think a lot of that gets overlooked. You don't overlook those things. You do something like that at a place like A&M.
We have our blind spots because of the difficulty of certain jobs.
That's true.
I think it was Mississippi State for you guys. I think Kentucky is one for me. And maybe for all of us, the Arkansas rebuild for Sam Pittman. Maybe Sam Pittman isn't what we think he is. I hope he turns out to be,
a very successful coach because we like him so much. We'll set the day for baseball for you before we get to the top of the hour here, but I want to remind you, the University of Montevallo, a great place for your son or daughter to call home for the next 4 or 5 years. If you're looking for a place right now, a rising junior or senior starting to think about college in your house, Montevallo, the University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu. Find out more details right there. Wonderful theater department, multi-million-dollar building, just been rebuilt, broadcasting school, business school, and a lot more. A lot of our great teachers spend time on the campus in the University of Montevallo in our great state of Alabama. 21 Division II, fully funded scholarship sports, and a lot more. Find out why you belong at Montevallo. Take an in-person tour or an online tour at montevallo.edu. montevallo.edu. Top of the hour, we start baseball. My Tampa Bay Rays will be on the TV in here, hopefully somewhere. Rays and Guardians at 11, ESPN, LT leaning a little bit, maybe Rays today, right?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, the Guardians with Shane Bieber on the hill are about a -123 is the number right now. McClanahan going for you guys. He got the lefty on the hill. The total is 5.5 in this game. It's the lowest total you'll ever see in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, so they expect the pitchers battle here in the postseason.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, totals are always low in postseason.
I was about
baseball.
to say it feels like that's what we get into in the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, Phillies Cardinals with Wheeler on the hill for the Phillies. I mean, that's a 6.5 total.
That's 1 o'clock on ABC today.
Castile has been so good for the Mariners. That's a 7 total against the Blue Jays with that Blue Jays offense.
That's 3 o'clock on ESPN.
And the Mets is 6. Mets Padres with Scherzer going against Yu Darvish.
That's 7 o'clock prime time ESPN tonight. So a blend of Major League Baseball and college football today. A pretty fun sports day as we sit here right in October, rolling into week 6 of college football, and we're here at Innisfree. We'll do our Monday headlines as if the games have already been played coming up at the top of the hour. The show being brought to you in part by our friends right there at Buffalo Wild Wings. They bring us the pick 3. We'll keep doing that as well. And also our friends at Precision Sports, LT. They get you back in the game. We told you that Bryce Young has been practicing. Chris Lowe says it's probably going to be a game time decision, pain tolerance and all of that. Precision Sports understands that too. They'll get you back to work and back to games as well.
Yeah, if you're close to or have met your annual insurance deductible, your out-of-pocket costs could be significantly reduced. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics encourages you to see an orthopedic surgeon for that elective procedure to treat back pain, foot pain, hand pain, shoulder pain, other joints. Make an appointment today. Start saving at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Show, we start hour number 3 now, always brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch and dinner right now. Sterling and his crew also want to help you with your tailgating this weekend. If you're heading over here for the big game in Tuscaloosa, swing by there, order ahead, champyschicken.com. Big chicken finger platters and a lot more. It's Champy's Chicken, the home of those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. Fantastic food. Thank you to Sterling and the crew down there, champyschicken.com. Jim Dunaway, that's Ryan Brown, Lance Taylor. Taylor, who's handling social media, also over on the merch table there. Reed's here with her. Back there in Birmingham, we got Rockstar on the controls. Forrester's handling all the video. Lunsford's got everything else there as we get ready for a big weekend here that includes Texas A&M and Alabama, but that's not the only big game. We'll get to our headlines in just a second in our spotlight as we try to guess what everyone's going to be talking about. Brownie and I will be working on the Alabama-Texas A&M beat this weekend. LT will be on the Beaver and the Cardinal beat this weekend. Before we get to those, some other big games around the country. Ohio State, Michigan State. Any concern at all for Ohio State as the number 3 team in the country?
No concern at all. And Brown, I just don't know what happened to Mel Tucker's squad. I mean, it was an 11-win team last year. Kenneth Walker was really good now with the Seahawks, but
that's what happened.
Can one player really make that kind of a difference? I understand if it's like a generational quarterback, but you should be able to bring in somebody that can at least be 75% of what Kenneth Walker was. Yeah. Michigan State right now is a disaster. They're only averaging 60 rushing yards per game over their last 3 games.
Yeah, 3, 4, and 5 in the country on the road. That includes number 4 Michigan at Indiana, another 20-plus point situation, 21.5 earlier this week. Any trouble for the
Wolverines on the road.
I don't think so. Indiana 0-6 against the number and straight up against ranked opponents since the start of the last season. They're 1-66 all time against top 5 opponents. And you look at Michigan, 12-4 against the number as a favorite over the last 2 seasons. J.J. McCarthy actually leads the FBS with almost a 79% completion percentage.
And then there's Clemson. It's the red bandana game in Boston. Clemson and Boston College, where Clemson's a 20.5-point favorite there. So top 5 teams in the country, 3 of them on the road, all of them 20 or more point favorites this weekend, including Alabama and Georgia with home games approaching 30 points or more. And I think at one point Georgia has gone over the 30-point level against Auburn. Top 5 teams there. If I said, I think the answer for you is going to be Tennessee. The highest ranked team that could lose this weekend. Is it Tennessee for you? You don't think Oklahoma State, USC, Clemson, Michigan, Ohio State, Georgia, or Alabama lose, right? I think Oak State. I think Texas Tech's a pretty good team. And I think Texas Tech's I think Oak State could lose that game.
Yeah, USC, Oak State, Tennessee.
So you think USC could have some issues with Washington State at home?
Yeah. I don't think they will, but they could.
They could.
Yeah. Cameron Ward is turning the football over. He's got 7 picks already, and USC lead the nation right now in turnover margin plus 14.
But I do agree with you, Brown. There's something about that Texas Tech team I like.
Yeah.
But I just think Oklahoma State's too good. I mean, you got a veteran quarterback in Spencer Sanders, who I thought grew up a lot last week, getting the demon exercise of what Baylor had been to him.
Yeah.
That game's in Lubbock.
Just on the fly, I'm going to tell you how many top 25s lose.
Yeah, if that game's in Lubbock, I would like Texas Tech there. I think in Stillwater they win. So LT running down the list here. Just call them out when you say
okay.
think
Just
they lose.
right now.
This is not point spread. This is straight up loss.
LSU beats Tennessee.
1.
UCLA beats Utah.
2.
Arizona beats Oregon.
3.
South Carolina beats Kentucky.
4.
Florida State beats NC State.
5.
Well, Kansas and TCU are ranked. I mean, some of these. Kansas State loses to Iowa State.
Ooh.
That's 6.
That's 6.
That's it.
That's it. Those 6?
Yeah. That's still 6.
That's 6.
That's
man.
6.
That's a little chaos there. Speaking of chaos, it's time for our Baumhauer Spotlight today. Before LT tells you about Baumhauer's, Rockstar is going to hit the button here, and we're going to try to predict some games using headlines in the old newspaper days. The headlines before they were printed in the newspaper on Sunday. We try to guess them on Friday. Hit it, Rockstar.
The Baumhauer Spotlight.
Like the game's already been played. Monday's headlines today.
And it's brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Yeah, hey, they're celebrating 40 years in the state of Alabama. Bob Baumhauer, the first to bring the delicious taste of wings, actually to Tuscaloosa. It was way back in 1981. Since then, Baumhauer's has just been bringing hospitality and great food to everybody around the state of Alabama. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later, still serving up that great food and hospitality. Get into one of those locations today of Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
All right. Before we get into this, Rockstar, do you have one this week as well? We'll save you for last if you do.
I do not have this week. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Disappointed.
That's okay.
I am disappointed.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. I will go first, and then we'll hit Brown and then LT's for last. All right. Because we're both with the game here in Tuscaloosa.
Mine's in the Tuscaloosa News.
Mine is in the Bryan Bugle. Bryan, Texas.
Oh.
Yeah. My headline, no graphic here,
just a headline.
Yeah.
This is old school.
Fisher Price Toys. St. Nick fills crimson stocking early. Fisher Price Toys. St. Nick fills crimson stocking early.
I like that one, Jim. Fisher Price Toys is very, very good.
Thank you.
You're
There's nothing dirty there. No hint.
Nothing at all.
No, but what? So Fisher Price was obviously a brand of toys,
right? St. Nick is Nick Saban. Fills crimson stockings early because we're getting close to Christmas.
No, I know, I get that, but Fisher Price Toys.
Yeah,
it's almost
St. Nick is taking. He's a toy.
Yeah,
and he's taking stuffing him in the stocking.
Okay,
and giving him away.
Yep.
Yeah.
Rockstar, you ready?
It's really a lot of words. It makes no sense.
Rockstar, you ready for mine?
Do you need the points? We
don't
need
it's got
words.
a little. It's got a rhyme scheme in it.
Oh, good.
You ready?
Oh, yeah. Tuscaloosa News. Go ahead.
Tuscaloosa News. Alabama, Texas A&M final.
Nick kicks the hick right in the diaphragm muscle.
Oh, wow.
Nick kicks the hick right in the diaphragm muscle.
I see what you did there.
What'd I do?
Any reaction?
Put
A big word in the headline.
It's the diaphragm muscle, Rockstar. That's right where Saban's going to kick.
Yeah, but you said Nick and hick, and that does not rhyme with hick. Diaphragm
No,
muscle.
Nick and hick rhyme. He kicks. Nick kicks the hick in the diaphragm muscle.
Yeah, there's a flow. You should have had a third rhyme there. There's something that rhymes with hick.
Did you write your own headline, Rockstar?
See what happens, and this is really good because Rockstar likes you and he bails you out when you throw out a dud to save it. And when I throw out a dud, he doesn't. He never saves.
If you would be nicer to Rockstar, wouldn't be so passive aggressive with him. He'd like you too.
Yeah. That would be a hell of a headline, though, if this Nick kicks the hick in the dick. Yeah, it would be a big headline.
I should have gone with
See, that's what I'm saying. That's a rhyme. That rhymes. There's 3 in a row.
Yeah, Rockstar, you were right all along. Lance had it, and I didn't have it.
Also, you kind of stumbled on the pronunciation of diaphragm. You said diaphragm.
Diaphragm muscle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
LT, what is your Monday headline today?
So we're going, this is a late night, 10 o'clock kick on ESPN West Coast. This is going to be in the San Francisco Chronicle. Nobody really cares about Stanford football, but save a tree, eat a beaver. McKee opens some Big D energy as Stanford pulls upset.
It's probably 8-point headline there because that's a lot of words.
Well, I would just like to do save a tree, eat a beaver.
Well, but you can't. You got to describe what happened in the game there. And you did that very well.
McKee does open some Big D.
Yeah.
And whether it's David Shaw is in the D energy.
No, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Stanford pulls the upset.
Interesting. So a little upset. Mm-hmm. Well, I think just the upset there, save a tree, eat a beaver, is an upset.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So that's our Monday headline today, brought to you, LT, by the great folks at Baumhauer's.
Yeah, again, Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things right here on the Strip in Tuscaloosa. In fact, he had to give them away for the first few years. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants. So later, Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Get in for lunch or dinner to Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
In the event Oregon State and South Carolina schedule a home and home, I believe we know where Lance's headlines are.
Whatever. I have not used. That's the first time I've used Oregon State this year.
So week 6.
Yeah, I think it's twice, but I'll go.
I used Oregon.
Yeah,
it's true.
Yeah. Okay. So you before the top of one of the hours earlier in the show, you wanted to run through sort of the state of the programs right now in the SEC. Like which programs are on the upswing? Right?
Well, we were talking about, hiring, and if Texas A&M has to go out and get another hire, if Auburn has to go out, get another guy, which programs, because I was talking the other night, I brought this up strangely enough at Odie's at Team Trivia night, talking about Brian Harsel's approval rating. And I said, it's probably a 5%. Is that fair?
Sure. I think, well, it's probably a little higher. Yeah, I don't know. I think 5% is fair.
Yeah.
So, I guess you're going to get 5%. Just feel sorry for the guy, right?
Yeah, but how many fan bases are 75% approval ratings right now?
Georgia, Alabama.
We'll just run through it. Let's run through the list.
Okay.
Do them all here.
All right.
Do them all. I'll call them out. You guys tell me where the.
Do you want us to do the percentage?
Yeah.
Okay. Call them out. We'll do the percentage.
We'll go west first. Alabama.
100%.
Yep. 100%. Ole Miss.
I would say close to
100%.
Yeah. If not 100, close to it.
It's in the 90s for sure. LSU.
Close to
100%.
In the
Still
90s
early
for sure. Mississippi State.
70.
Maybe a little higher. I might go 80% on that one.
I was going to go 75.
Yep.
Texas A&M.
I think it's probably 50%.
Yeah,
right now.
maybe 50%.
Yeah. I think it has turned. I
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
do. I think the Appalachian State
That was
turned
the
it
start
a
of the
little
fall.
bit, right?
Yep.
I think you can stomach, MTSU over Miami. You can stomach ULM over Alabama when it's your first year, but when you're losing to Appalachian State, and what is it, year 5?
Yeah.
You say it all the time. I mean, that's a harder one. I think that's where it started to turn.
Yep.
And then you backed it up again with just a disastrous performance against Mississippi State.
Mm-hmm.
So I cannot defend it anymore in College Station. Arkansas.
I mean, I think it's 100%. I know, they've had 2 straight losses. They may get loss number 3, but I think people feel like they got an Arkansas guy there. He's injected some enthusiasm into the program, and it's easy for us from a distance to forget how bad the Chad Morris era was. I mean, it's easy just to ignore that because they were easy to ignore, and it's a disaster. But if you lived through it, if you bought tickets and went to those games, you know what a disaster Chad Morris was as a head coach.
I think it's 99%.
I will tell you this.
another loss this weekend, 3 in a row, will be the first time I would debate it being under 95%.
Okay, I just want to bring up he lost 3 in a row last year.
Yep. I think people understand what he's doing there, and they understand it's a build. I would say close to 100%.
Okay, so what about Auburn?
Look, I mean, you're going to – I think
3%.
I feel like you can get 15% of people to like anything.
Yeah. Or how about this? Well, I always said there's a percentage of Americans that you could find that would vote against freedom, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And it may be higher than it's ever been in America that people would vote against freedom.
Here's the thing with Harsin. All right, there's an element of Auburn fans that are like, so what is Harsin now? 9-9? Am I right about that? Is that his number?
If he loses this weekend as expected, he'll be 9-10.
Yeah, so he'll be under 500 for the first time if he loses. So I think you got a lot of people that are like, okay, I don't like a 9-9 situation. Obviously, I don't want that. But you know what? The guy, he represents my program very well, right?
Right.
He's a good face for my program. He presents himself well. I think a lot of people look at Brian Harsin, who gets asked every single time in a press conference he does about his job security, and never gets upset about it. He doesn't, hammer. He doesn't lose his head. He answers it genuinely. I think people appreciate that.
The interesting thing after, everybody, tried to fabricate these rumors and get him fired, it seemed like the approval rating was like 80% because people were pulling for him.
He's lost it on the field. There's no doubt.
But it is completely flipped. And I haven't talked to an Auburn fan that wants Harsin around. That's why I would still put it 15% because I do think some people just, are tired of the administration. So they're going to still take that side.
Do you trust Bobby's opinion of Auburn?
Bobby
from Homewood, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
He says in the chat, Creed monsters make up more than 5% of the #DFamily. So I think Harsin's approval rating is closer to 15 or 20%.
Yeah, 15 is where I would have put it.
Yeah, so I think that's all right.
Yeah. All right. In the East, Georgia, 100.
100.
Tennessee.
I think it's probably 100 right now.
Definitely in the 90s.
Yeah. It's got to be.
Kentucky, definitely
100.
in the 90s, if not 100. Yep. South Carolina. 70, 65. I think it's over 80.
I don't know.
I mean, I think they felt good about where it was going last year, and maybe.
It's a little tricky because it's not been a great start. I'm not surprised by it. Well, no, I'm going to say I am a little surprised by it. I thought Spencer Rattler would play better for them.
In the 80s for Florida, at least, right? For Billy Napier, at least in the 80s, the win over Utah made them all feel good.
Yeah, it was 100% after Utah. That first night, it was easy 100%.
Yeah,
has he given away 20%, you think?
I think they still believe. I think it's probably 80%.
Yeah. Missouri. 50. Is it under 50?
I would think so, yeah.
I mean, look, here's what I would say. I mean, they sold out last week.
They did. More than a sellout.
Yeah, biggest
Overflow.
crowd in 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
Overflow crowd. And then Vandy.
I don't know if anybody cares. Yeah. I mean, I don't think you can be upset with the job Clark Lee has done if you're a Vandy fan. If you're a Vandy fan, you're realistic. You got to be.
Okay, if you're scoring at home, though, the fan base that has the smallest approval rating is Auburn.
I don't think that's a stretch to say that in the Southeastern Conference.
But then very closely after that, you're going to get
A&M. I think you get to Texas A&M, to Missouri.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, to the coaches that are on the hot seat, and one that if he weren't owed $80 million would, I mean, in old school football before the contracts are what they are now, Jimbo Fisher would 100% be coaching for his job right now.
Mark Stoops and the quarterback situation for Kentucky, and do they have a chance to lose this game this weekend from LT in just a second after I tell you the next round brought to you today by our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante, a blend of extra añejo, and reposado tequilas, aged in new European oak barrels and double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystalline clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. Try the Dobel Diamante tequila today. And remember, Lance will be shooting another last call today here with a friend of ours. We'll be talking old Motley Crue stories. It'll be shot here on site, and sometime in the near future, it'll be chopped up and thrown out. Exciting to hear those conversations, those stories about one of my favorite bands of all time.
I just want to show you the crowd in Cleveland, Progressive, and you said there would be half the stadium full.
Yeah, why did you think that?
It's almost completely packed.
I did
it might
not,
be a sellout.
I did not think it would be packed for 11 a.m.
On a Friday?
On a Friday.
Nobody
Postseason
works baseball.
on Friday.
Yeah. It's postseason baseball. Cleveland's a good baseball town, man. They love their.
They're starving. They haven't won a championship since 1948.
They love their Guardians.
So I missed the pan there. So it was a
packed house.
Yeah, packed house.
90%.
Postseason baseball game on a Friday afternoon.
Oh, and we're already down one hit.
Already down one hit.
That no hitter's done.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, a leadoff single. I mean, I'd like to see the stats. Leadoff single. How many times the team wins the game?
I think
you already got one out.
I think Cleveland's 81-0.
I mean, look at all those empty seats right there.
I don't see one.
That was
really.
that was the bullpen, Jeff.
There wasn't one of them. There wasn't one. So I was wrong about the crowd today in Cleveland.
Yep.
Those people put on their jackets. That went right under his glove.
All right.
Are we going to play like the 6th seed today?
I will tell you what, man. I love postseason baseball, but I do not like sitting in cold weather watching baseball.
Well, Brown he told me this early on in our radio days, how he loves postseason baseball. And part of it is like Yankee Stadium in the wintertime or when the fall, when it's a little crisp in the air and you see the
I don't mind
the
watching
fans dressed that way.
Yeah, I don't mind watching the fans dressed that way. I'm just saying I personally don't want to sit at a baseball game in the cold.
It's why I think you make a good argument that baseball should end at Labor Day, but the postseason is better in October. That's the problem of baseball ending at Labor Day. I just choose to ignore it from Labor Day to October. That's the way I combat that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, well, I just hate that I miss the games on the weekends. Because I don't watch the playoff games or the World Series on the weekend.
No.
I'm football.
I'm with you on that too. I think postseason baseball should be played only during the week. Like I think they should take Saturday and Sunday off on postseason baseball. Just play it during the week.
Reset their pitching staff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And if it takes longer, it takes longer. Who cares, man? It's just more baseball, right?
They just posted up Cleveland Guardians. Jose Ramirez is wearing a chain with a picture in it of him holding a chain with a picture in it of him holding a chain.
Yeah, I guess Jose Ramirez, his biggest fan is Jose Ramirez.
I mean, that's deep, right?
That really is.
Here's a picture of me wearing a chain of me holding a chain of me holding a chain of me holding a chain over and over and over. All right, we'll do trash on the other side as we roll on here today. The next round continues on. Trash and Tyler Watts still to come at the top of the hour. All that is we broadcast live from Innisfree. And if you swing by, if you're in the area today, swing by. We're here until 1 o'clock, and we've got a opportunity for you to buy some merch here.
Taylor just put out specials. Can I step over here and see what they are?
We've got specials.
I think so. Taylor just put it out.
If only we got wireless mics.
Oh, that's the price list. Taylor put out the price list.
Yeah. So we're charging.
Well, yeah, we're charging. We're not giving it away. But you're tons of shirts and hats over there.
Yeah. So swing by and pick up some merch. The hats are what my friend Michelle needs, one for her husband. So
all right, tell her to get here.
Yeah. So do we have a extensive hat selection?
Yep.
Okay. Good.
Tons of stuff. All right. Little T will check it right out over there.
All right. So swing by Innisfree today. We're here all the way until 1 o'clock, getting ready for the big game, Texas A&M and Alabama. This is the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And United starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Back with you on the next round from Innisfree. In the second inning now, Rays and Guardians, no score. The Rays were able to avoid that disastrous leadoff hit in the bottom of the first, and no score there.
I think y'all got the series now.
That was a dangerous moment there in the postseason for the Tampa Bay Rays. The series I wanted, and a lot of people keep telling me you should not have wanted them, including Buster Only and you, that the Guardians are a dangerous team.
Well, to me, it's who gets game 1 in these best of fives.
Well, these are best of threes. Yeah.
Best of threes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's all road games for your team.
And that's
this is so much better, though, than the one and done.
I don't disagree with you. I like this.
Yeah, I do too. It gives you a little bit more of a little wiggle room.
Well, that one game had so much urgency, but it does feel like a weird way you play 162 games. And we're going to play one to settle it all,
Yep.
I mean, that does feel kind of weird.
I agree. All right. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Buzzed. The app is B-U-Z-D, and they can hook you up if you're at home and you're out of, if your well has run dry, so to speak.
Yeah, look, you don't want to leave the house. You shouldn't leave the house. Look, be safe. And the fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite pack at your convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first of its kind service. It's found on your app store. Go to BUZD, Buzzed, BUZD. Use the code NEXTROUND for 15% off your first order. They've got the cannabis, Delta 8s and Delta 9s, all kind of varieties of that. You can check it out at BUZD, the app right now. Also, any alcohol from bourbons, red wines, delicious craft beers, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed. Again, BUZD.
All right. We'll keep you updated. Baseball. Remember, no Braves because they won the division. How many of the viewers and listeners that stopped by here yesterday and saw us were in Braves gear? I mean, 1, 2. The first 3 guys that walked in, they were in Braves jerseys, Braves hats.
You even said one had a little Austin Riley. You and Lance, you got a little Austin Riley in you.
Yeah, he did. He looked a little like Austin Riley there. So we appreciate you guys stopping by. We're at Innisfree here in Tuscaloosa. We were here last night for Bud Light game night. And don't forget, the merch store is here. Taylor is manning that if you are eager to get out here and get some merch. If you want to go back and hear Bryant Benson, head coach of UAB, on the show with us this week, that is podcasted for you as well. They got a big home game, 2:30, happening tomorrow. But now, as we do always at this time of day, it is time for trash. Rockstar, hit the big button.
Let's take a look at birthdays and anniversaries in the meantime. Happy 80th birthday to E. Norma Stitz. Quitman, happy birthday to you, Miss E. Norma. Hope you have a wonderful day.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
And big government isn't always bad news. Our friends at Mortgage Right have some valuable government-backed loan options to help you buy your first home. Government-backed loans are trending upwards among first-time home buyers, and for good reason. You can save on down payment cost, get better interest rates, and reap the benefits of choosing one of the top-ranked lenders in the nation. Mortgage Right has closed thousands of FHA, USDA, and VA loans, and they're eager to help you next. Buy your first home the right way by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender. We start first with Graham Wilden, 70 years old, has spent years refusing to dismantle a 10,000 square foot extension to his house with a bowling alley, casino, and cinema.
Wow, it sounds like a fun place.
Now, his neighbors now say the dispute is worse than ever since his recent release from prison.
Oh, wow. There's the catch, yeah.
They say the wealthy accountant is constantly trying to, quote, provoke them by parking an armada of classic cars outside their home. His illegal extension also has squash courts and a private bar, all of which he fitted without getting planning permission. He was recently jailed for 6 weeks in August after failing to comply with a court order issued back in June of 21. Since his release, neighbors say he's been, quote, taking revenge on them by parking a fleet of classic cars and ugly plastic covers along their street. One neighbor has said he even uses CCTV cameras to spot when neighbors leave their homes, allowing him to nip into their space.
I mean, this is
childish.
Yeah, it's very childish. That's a good word for it, LT. I don't like when people leave a bunch of cars parked outside their house.
No, nope.
Or they don't mow their lawn.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like those things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all on that one. We've got an animal services officer in California responded to a middle school to remove an unusual intruder. It was a coyote in a bathroom stall.
Oh, that is not good.
I see that a lot.
I was going to go raccoon.
Yeah.
Now, Riverside County Animal Services posted a video to YouTube showing what happened when Officer Will Luna responded to the Mission Middle School in Riverside on a report of coyote in a bathroom. Post said the coyote had been spotted near the school multiple times in recent weeks, but Monday morning marked the first time it actually wandered onto school grounds and the first time it entered the building. Now, the video shows Luna encountering the coyote in the bathroom and successfully taking the animal out with a lasso.
A lasso. You don't see that much.
No, you don't.
That takes some practice. Right. I mean, how easy is that shot today?
I mean, LT is
I'll
a
let you
layup
shoot
today.
the next one.
Okay.
All right. The camera will be knocked out for the rest of the show.
You know I throw it hard.
This one in Memphis. Police are looking for a burglar who got away with some expensive items during a Southeast Memphis car break-in. Police officers responded to the vehicle burglary. Police say the victim saw a man entering their vehicle that was parked in the driveway. Victim said the thief got away with several credit cards, a ring valued at $500, and a Gucci diaper bag valued at $1,400.
I mean, Rockstar, I think, can attest to this since he's in the diaper bag world. Rockstar, you want those to be, high dollar like Gucci, right?
I want something from Prada or Chanel.
Yeah.
I do not want something from like Walmart because this thing holds soiled diapers and stuff. You got to have the best of the best. So
That's right. I mean, what
don't
else can you
blame
put wipes and diapers in if it's
Yeah.
not Gucci?
And
I
a
mean,
change
come
of
on,
If you
man.
were just guessing,
Yeah.
Kanye West and Kim Kardashian's kids,
Uh-huh.
what kind of diaper bag?
It would be a nanny, so it would be.
I'm gonna bet
Well, with,
it's going to be the.
when Kardashian like Dunaway hawking some Bitcoin, she got in trouble with that.
She did.
Yeah, she had to pay a $1.5 million fine.
Yeah, Dunaway, you better be careful. I forgot about that. Little Kim had to pay a fine.
And she even put paid endorsement.
No, I thought she didn't do that.
She
That's why.
did, but she didn't disclose how much she got paid.
So you have to publicly disclose how much you got paid for
Maybe when it's currency. I don't know.
Oh, that's interesting.
All I know is it's on Instagram right now. I'm not in control of it.
Dunaway wants to be very clear about that.
But I do appreciate it. Save that clip, by the way.
High school golf
for the
team.
trial.
High school golf team was surprised by an adult entertainment club's event at an Austin golf course when the team arrived for practice on October 3rd.
I saw this story this morning.
Now, in a letter, Vista Ridge High School athletic coordinator and head golf coach Keith Allen called it the situation that occurred, quote, very inappropriate.
Very.
Can imagine the confusion when you get up on the par 5, number 5, and it says this is the honey hole. I didn't know what we were playing for on this one.
Rockstar.
Yeah.
Allen says the team arrived for practice at the golf course, discovered that a local adult entertainment club was hosting an adult golf tournament, and that the adults were, quote, acting very inappropriately.
You guys local or national? Oh, you're local. Okay.
All right, we're in.
One of the team's coaches immediately canceled practice. Hey, you kids go home.
I'll take care of
this.
I'm going to stay here and clean this problem up.
All players had to contact their parents to pick them up. Again, I'm going to assume the coach just kind of hung out.
Didn't
there you
go? Did it? Oh, here we go.
I think it's more interesting. We try to get it to sit on top of the lens.
Rockstar.
Well, why don't you hit the lens first?
Rockstar, tell everyone back in Birmingham to get ready to finish the show. Dunaway's about to throw paper at our entire setup here. Oh, you almost got it to sit on the top.
That's what I was trying to.
Hey, didn't a local adult entertainment establishment get in trouble? A local Birmingham get in trouble for a golf tournament?
Well, we threw a golf tournament. Me and Michael Spisto, the Ultimate Guys Golf Tournament.
I remember that. But that's not the one I'm talking about.
We enlisted the help of the Furnace way back in the day.
Right.
Very successful golf tournament, but no, they did another one without us, and
that was the one law enforcement had to be called for.
Well,
right?
I mean, I heard there were some interesting things that happened.
I would imagine.
They were helping people with their grips.
Yeah, maybe. A new fine dining restaurant in the Bay Area has gone to the dogs. While some eateries may welcome customers' furry companions during a sit-down meal, Doge, is it Doge, Rocky?
Douche. It's awful. And I knew you would lap this up. Like, they have video of it of like them pouring gravy on stuff, and the dogs like, oh, it's just so over the top snobby.
So it's dogs eating human food?
No, yes.
It opened September 25th in San Francisco's Mission District. Owner and head chef, not even going to try, said that Doge may be the first restaurant in the country to serve a tasting menu exclusively for dogs.
I think he said douche.
I don't know. It's dog with a UE.
I know mine was a.
It offers meticulously crafted pastries from its in-house French-inspired courses made with locally sourced organic ingredients. Now they've got Dogachinos that start at $4.95, but the 3-course meal is $75.
Dogachinos.
Ladybird gets puppuccinos all the time at Starbucks.
There's two different.
By the way, going back to the golf tournament, Zach says LT of 25% of Auburn's boosters were at that golf tournament.
Might have been.
Call back to earlier in the show if you didn't hear it.
What? That one did hit my audio, I think.
Yeah, it hit my audio too.
Please, would y'all stop? I mean, I don't know why.
I don't know if it's going out still or not.
Like operating with kids here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, we seem to be back.
No, it's going to take
a middle of a segment. We'll talk to you. Are you Scott? No. We're in the middle of a segment right now.
Yeah, you wouldn't know it though.
It's okay. Hang out with us. What's that hat? Mississippi State Bulldogs fan there. We always talk about them.
See that? I've got one. I've got my right side.
That's all you're going to have because you two can't behave. You got to throw paper.
It was a piece of paper.
Well,
How can
screwed
that
the whole
knock
thing up?
us
It
off?
did. It screwed it up. I asked y'all not to do it. So y'all just deal with what you got.
Is that trash?
That's trash.
All right. That's the end of trash. They are brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, no place like home, and that definitely rings true when you need some extra cash in your pocket. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a cash-out refinance program that can help you turn your home's equity into a lump sum. If you need to pay off high-interest debt, fund a renovation project, or simply keep your head above water, turn to Mortgage Right to tap into your home's equity to get cash fast. Home prices are rising, and so is your potential lump sum amount. With refinancing experts nationwide, Mortgage Right will guide you through the cash-out refinance process with ease. Let home ownership pay off for you by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR to get a cash out refinance today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Already on the show today, Henry Toa was with us the first hour. Chris Lowe, who after his conversation with Nick Saban this week, you can get both of those podcasted at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com, or go to our YouTube channel and remember to like and subscribe. Baseball right now, no scores. They play top of the third, moving quickly in Cleveland. Remember the over-under, the total in that one was 5.5. LT tells you that's a low total in baseball, about as low you're going to get in Major League Baseball.
I think I've seen a 5 total before, and that's it.
5.5. We expect it to be a low-scoring game, and that's where we are right now with Tampa and Cleveland starting the baseball playoffs. The wild card, the first of 4 games today. Part of our show today brought to you in part by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. They bring you this hour every day. Don't forget to say hi to Sterling when you're down there. He's there right now serving you up the best lunch. Deep Southern fried chicken plates with the great sides, those Mississippi Delta tamales, the poor boys, and a lot more. A great place to win your tailgate. Swing by there, champy'schicken.com, and take Champy's Chicken to this weekend's big game. champy'schicken.com. Back to Innisfree after this quick timeout.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
I'm Donald Trump, and I love Alabama. As many of you know, there are few issues facing our nation as important as election integrity and election fraud. This is why the people of the great state of Alabama must work together to make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. So get out, register to vote, and get a photo ID so you can make your voice heard and decide the future of our great country. Thank you.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Back with you on the next round as we get ready to do 4 downs, approaching the top of the hour here. Tyler Watts still to come, and we'll get back into the pick 3 a little bit later on in the final hour of the show, getting you ready for week 6 of college football. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Alabama Power.
Yeah, Jimmy D, Alabama Power wants to remind you that saving money on your power bill by shifting appliance use outside of peak times or not running appliances all at once is a real thing. With Alabama Power's time advantage rates, you can do it. Sign up by calling Alabama Power 800-257-APCO, or go to alabamapower.com/time advantage, or simply visit them in person at an office near you to find out more.
Remember, 4 baseball games today. The next one goes at 1 o'clock on ABC. That's the first National League game, Phillies and Cardinals. Winner of that series gets the Braves, right?
Right.
That's interest for you Braves fans to watch that best of 3 series. First one to win 2. Packed house today at Cleveland. No scores for the Rays as the Indians come to bat in the bottom of the 3rd there, as the Guardians in their first year of that name has packed out the stadium, and they're ready for a little baseball there. A lot of empty seats in the upper deck there.
keep going.
It's nowhere close to us.
Nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, if it was in Tampa today, we'd have 14,000 and 15,000 for a Friday afternoon game, Friday morning game, basically. All right, let's do 4 downs, Rockstar. It is brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, 4 great locations, soon to be that 5th location in Pell City. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, these guys can handle. Get in, go see them. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, after the disaster last night, 24 of 32 NFL teams are at 500 or below right now. These 3 teams, give me the team with the most wins at the end of the year. Not where they are now, at the end of the year. Colts, Broncos, or Falcons end of the year.
I think, Lance, I'm going to go Colts because I think they play in the worst division of all those left. The Titans are an average team that the Colts could have easily beaten Sunday. Texans are not a very good team. Jacksonville's an improved team, but I'll go Colts because of that division.
Oh, man, I'd like to go Falcons here. Forster's Falcons.
They've played better than I thought.
They can be 4-0.
Yeah.
They
had a pass to the end zone to beat your Rams.
Yeah, they could be 0-4, too.
That's the NFL.
I think I'm going to go Colts. I'd love to know the long-term diagnosis of Jonathan Taylor, how long he's going to be out.
that is a huge issue for the Colts. And then they lost their backup, Hines, last night.
They were to their 3rd string last night, and it showed in that 12-9 field goal fest in overtime out in Denver. Let's do 2nd down.
2nd down.
More total yards. Hendon Hooker in Baton Rouge, or Stetson Bennett against Auburn and Athens?
Not even close, Stetson Bennett.
Not even close, Stetson Bennett.
Yeah, Stetson Bennett throws for 400 yards tomorrow.
Throws for 400 yards tomorrow.
Lance Taylor. I mean, can we pause right here? Have we got time?
Please. Oh, we got all the time in the world.
Okay. We'll order in just a minute. Yep, thank you. Nice lady at Innisfree wanting us to order our lunch. This feels like.
Oh, this is a massive.
Lance, no,
it's my favorite game on the board tomorrow.
This feels. I always use this measuring stick.
NC State,
Florida State.
USC, Utah.
USC, Utah.
Yeah, it's one of those.
Oh no, it's that close.
Yeah. No,
Jim.
Yeah, I think this is a.
Those that don't remember,
I think it's 42-3.
Those that don't remember the history of the show, NC State and Florida State were playing in Raleigh. And I want to say NC State was about a 16.5 point dog. 14.5 point dog. And for a week leading up to that game, Lance was like, guys, I'm just telling you, NC State's going to win this game outright. And we're like, come on, man.
I told you a couple of weeks Kansas State was going to beat Oklahoma.
And then USC Utah, I mean, weeks in advance was like, hey, Utah's going to win this game outright. Utah's going to win
USC was going to
USC's going to win this game outright. Yeah. And that the NC State Florida State's my high watermark because nothing about that said NC State was going to win. I thought you were just being, but buddy, they won that football game. So you say Auburn, Georgia is on that level.
The way both games played out last weekend, going into Sunday, I guess the number would be around 24, and I absolutely loved Georgia at 24. And when it came out at 29 and now it's 30, I can't describe how bad this beatdown is.
42-3 is the way you described it. That's going to be bad, Dunaway.
Could be 45-0.
If Lance is right, I'll go Stetson Bennett.
So if Lance is right, you'll go Stetson Bennett. What does Ryan Brown think?
Ryan Brown would have said Hendon Hooker initially because I could see Georgia getting ahead. Auburn so bad in the second half, they take the air out of the ball. And
Carson Beck comes in possibly.
And just burn clock. So that's why I would go Hendon Hooker.
Hendon Hooker. I'm going to go Hendon Hooker as well. Let's do third down.
Third down.
LeBron James says last night that he would love, they played an exhibition game in Vegas. He'd love to be the owner and bring a franchise to Las Vegas, which just sounds like it would make a ton of money anyway.
I would love if he'd retire and just become an owner.
What happens first? LeBron James owns a franchise in Las Vegas, or that there's forget LeBron James owning it. Is there a franchise in NBA franchise in Vegas first, or another pro franchise of the major sports outside of the USA first?
Oh, so a pro franchise outside the United States or an NBA franchise in Vegas?
And I'm not talking MLS or anything like that. I'm talking
major.
Yeah,
major.
I am going to go. There will be an NBA team in Vegas. I think that's coming pretty soon.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, the NFL's broken the seal. I don't know why you would avoid Vegas. Great.
Well, the Knights broke the seal.
Well, that's true. The Golden Knights in the NHL, broke the seal, and the NFL is the model everybody's following. So if the NFL does it, it's been successful. Why not?
And both are doing it really well.
I would say
crowds are really good for both of those.
And by the way, the NFL team hasn't been particularly good while they've been there.
There's something about Montreal in baseball, though. I don't know who would move there.
I don't know why you would. Yeah. I mean, it failed so badly you had to take the team away once. Is that same in Seattle? Because there's a lot of talk about Seattle getting an NBA team back.
Yeah, that's true. Seattle
Supersonics.
No, I don't really think I don't think the fans were the reason why Seattle left. I think an owner bought it and
Clay Bennett
and wanted to move it to
Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City.
Yeah,
that's what happened.
You know, so I don't think it's a.
No, they had a good fan base.
Yeah, I always thought. I mean, there was a time they'd sell out the Kingdome for big games.
Yeah, and it's kind of sad because they've got three of the four major sports. The only thing they don't have right now is the NBA.
Rockstar,
which was their first one to get, I think. I mean, they had the Seattle, whatever it was, the Pilots or whatever, and that went away to the Brewers.
Yeah. Rockstar, best Seattle Supersonic of all time.
The X-Man, Xavier McDaniel.
Oh, upset.
I thought he was going to go shrimp.
Deadlift shrimp.
I consider him a nugget.
It's Gary
Pacer.
Okay. One more, Rockstar. Fourth down.
Fourth down.
Happy birthday, Mookie Betts today. Happy birthday, Charles Woodson today. Who to his point, this point in his career, Mookie Betts, or all of Charles Woodson's career, who had the best career?
Oh, I'm going to go Betts. Just because Betts got multiple World Series championships. He's got an MVP. I mean, Woodson was one of the best ever.
One of the best ever.
But, I mean, Mookie Betts right now is a top 10 guy, and he's I know you said up until this point, but still, to be, what is he, 26, 27?
Mookie Betts, I think it's 31 today.
Oh, really?
I think so.
I thought he was still in his 20s.
I think he's 31. Time moves at you fast.
I'll go Charles Woodson.
Why?
I mean, because he's one of the greatest defensive backs in the NFL, and I think that may be quarterback's probably the most difficult position to play in all of professional sports. I would say NFL cornerback might be number 2.
Just 30, not 31 for Mookie Betts.
I mean, every rule goes against you if you're an NFL cornerback. Do you know what you can do legally if you're a cornerback in the NFL? Run down the field next to the receiver. You can't touch him.
That's about it.
You can't look at him. I mean, there's really nothing you can do. Those guys have to be so amazingly skilled.
Happy birthday, Priest Holmes. as well.
He was a great running back for a minute.
Yep. Back when fantasy football was just getting started on this widespread popularity, he was a stud.
Touchdown machine.
Yeah. Chase Daniels, happy birthday, still cashing checks, never plays and cashing checks.
He did offer to pay the tab at a bar, I think Cosmos Bar. Did y'all see that?
No, I did not.
He offered on social media if Missouri won over Georgia, 2 hours on him at Cosmos Bar.
If
at halftime he was at least checking the balance.
I offered the roommate $10K.
You did. I bet Chase got out. No, you would have gotten out cheaper.
I don't know.
That's a lot.
Rockstar Simon Cowell. I know you respect what he has done, not so much on television, but what he has done for the music industry, helping some people out.
Yeah, he's got some trouble with his face, and he likes to do some face work, and he also likes to fall off bikes. Hadn't he fallen off a bike 2 or 3 times? It's really screwed his back up and stuff.
I love Dunaway setting you up to compliment the guy. You say he's got trouble with his face and he falls off bikes.
That's a no for me, dog.
No, I tell you, Simon Cowell's got a good eye and ear for talent. He really does.
Speaking of good eye and good ear, John Cougar Mellencamp, 71 today, Rockstar. Do you cover any John Mellencamp songs?
I don't, but I think he dropped the Cougar years and years and years ago. I think it's John Mellencamp. Hadn't been John Cougar since he was like 20.
I threw that in there just because John Cougar Mellencamp.
The one of Rockstar's greatest.
It's your favorite animal too, right?
It is.
You catch him in the wild occasionally.
Can't catch him in Tuscaloosa.
One of Rockstar's favorite John Cougar Mellencamp deals, though, is when you do Jack and Diane and all you do is chili dog.
Sucking on chili dog, sucking on chili dog, sucking on chili dog. Sucking on chili dog, sucking on chili dog.
Where's that at? Behind the chili dog?
What?
Tony Braxton birthday today as well. So that's
Anybody
our 4
else
downs. Brought
You skipped Evan Longoria.
I did because he left Tampa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, who can't get a run today, 0-0 as they quickly through the top of the 4th inning there. We're at the Innisfree Irish Pub. We're about to enjoy some lunch and talk to Tyler Watts in the next segment. That was 4 downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Did you say Elizabeth Shue, 59?
I did not. That was yesterday. Elizabeth Shue.
Did you like the why was she wearing a one-piece and cocktail?
I don't know, but
it came off, but
she was able to get it out.
Yeah, it just didn't make a lot of sense. 4 locations, soon to be that 5th location in Pell City. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more locally owned and operated. Great guys. For more information, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
All right. When we come back, Tyler Watts talks Bama football with us as we get ready for Texas A&M in Alabama. Stay with us.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Alex Durant from the Better Business Bureau. Does your business believe in ethics? Is your business trustworthy? Do you hold your business to the highest standards? Does customer service reign supreme? After you've answered yes to all these questions, answer this. Are you BBB accredited? If not, why aren't you? BBB is a community of ethical, like-minded businesses and brands that believe ethics and values like trustworthiness play a vital role in the marketplace and in the success of their business. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to a higher standard, in turn making their communities a better place to live and work. The BBB torch was lit over 100 years ago by business owners like yourself to protect the public from the impact of fraud in the marketplace. Today, the torch is carried by businesses large and small who all believe that better businesses make better communities. Apply for BBB accreditation today by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BETTERBIZ for a special offer for next round listeners and earn your sign of a better business.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Innisfree, one more hour here live. And then we'll be hanging out a little bit, recording a last call, and then enjoying the Friday in Tuscaloosa, getting ready for the big game like a lot of people are. Texas A&M and Alabama folks are flooding to Tuscaloosa. We're about to talk to Tyler Watts about that game and a lot of college football. But a part of this hour is brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. They bring you the steak bet as well, where I'm 3 down going into the weekend. Our steak bet has LT very confident that Georgia is going to curb stomp Auburn this weekend, and he thinks it's going to be the biggest point spread victory in FBS this weekend. And I took the other side. I get the rest of the field.
Yeah, you get the field, and I think it could be twofold for you. If that does happen, Harsin could get fired, which will cost you a stake as well.
That's right. That's tough loss. I've got Harsin coaching in 6 Iron Bowls. He's got to do 5 more of those.
Hey, stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken. Cut to order just for you. Their chef prepared entrees and side dishes. The perfect dinner to go choice for your family. 2 locations to serve you: Cahaba Heights and Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well done service.
In all fairness, I made that steak bet, I think, on the day he was hired or close to it, when LT says, I don't think it'll work.
That's
and I was like, I think he'll coach in 6 Iron Bowls.
Never see a guy coach and just predict how many Iron Bowls he's going to coach in. Tyler Watts is with us now, the former Alabama quarterback, and he joins us each week on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, normally in person with us, presented by his own agency, the Tyler Watts Insurance Agency. What's up, Tyler? How are you today?
Man, I'm good. How y'all doing?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. We're at Innisfree Irish Pub. I would imagine you darkened the door of this establishment time or two while you were in Tuscaloosa.
I don't want to talk about it.
All right. We'll move on from that. So if you're Jalen Milroe It's an interesting spot to be in where you're the backup. You know you're the backup. Nick Saban is talking about Bryce Young starting, potentially starting. He's a game time decision essentially. But if you're Milroe, you have no other choice now but to prepare as if Bryce Young never plays again. I mean, you gotta have an interesting mindset if you're a backup quarterback in this situation, don't you?
Yeah. So don't you think that the backup typically in this, regardless of what the coach says, knows Monday or Tuesday, hey, man, it's going to be you. We're going to say this publicly because we don't want to tip our hand, but, you're going to get to start unless something just miraculous happens. But we also know that Saban is pretty much doesn't hold any secrets back. Guy's not available, he's not available. If he is, or if he's questionable, and that's what he says he is. So I don't know really how you gauge this one, but as a backup, it's always more exciting knowing going into the week that, hey, it's my ball, first snap, and I'm the guy. So, you can talk all you want to about preparing like you are going to start, but it ain't the same until you actually know, it's my ball, it's my game. I'm going to go make it happen.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Nick Saban is usually more upfront than some old school coaches used to be. Am I remembering this right? Did you at one point tape it up and whatever, go out and do warm-ups and then not play in a game? You made it look like in warm-ups you were going to play. Was that at Arkansas?
Yeah, I broke my foot and still had to go out there and dressed out, and I couldn't hardly walk without a boot on, and had to go through warm-ups. I tore my groin and had to do the same thing against Auburn down there in 2001. So, and I got to thinking about that when Joel Klatt showed his nasty arm earlier this week. I was like, man, I hope they don't ask me to share some of my gross stories because pulling that groin or tearing a groin ain't no fun. And I don't want to show it.
Yeah, we don't want to see it. Don't worry.
Yeah. That's that didn't leave a scar though, did it?
Oh, wow.
Hey, Tyler, so watching
King of
Milroe run.
The king of uncomfortable.
Always.
Hey, so we had Henry Toto on earlier today, and he said that Milroe, he confirmed it. He said he thinks he's the fastest player on Alabama's team. I mean, watching him run, that's a different dynamic that he brings to the game.
So there's no doubt that it does. We talk about different packages and things of that nature, but I don't really buy into it either. He's going to run the same offense that Alabama runs, and nothing's going to be different. It's just his ability and how quick he's going to pull it down to extend plays with his legs. Bryce always is looking for that home run through the air whenever he scrambles, and then last second, obviously, try to get what you can. But it is a different dynamic when you put a guy who has the ability. He's not as sharp in the passing game, but that doesn't mean that he's not capable of doing it. And you never know how a guy's going to respond if he gets a couple of completions under his belt early on and then kind of gets into a rhythm and gets comfortable. You never know what that confidence is going to lead him to. So, guy with a ton of potential, Heisman winning trophy, that's why he's not starting. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have something different to bring to the table that can be very, very challenging for a defense, I think, to be able to stop.
Tyler Watts is with us, former Alabama quarterback, on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. And Tyler, you join us each week courtesy of your own independent insurance agency.
That's absolutely right. Love an opportunity to talk to each and every one of you. We've helped so many clients with this show over the last several weeks, had opportunities to meet a lot of great people. The phone number is 205-664-4444.
664-4444 for the Tyler Watts Insurance Agency, and the independent insurance agency. As Tyler always says, if it's on your keychain, they can insure it and help you save. When you look at Alabama's run game at Arkansas, obviously there were some explosive plays. Do you feel like Alabama has gotten better in not just the explosive plays? I know those yards count too, Tyler, but running when you need to run and getting, that 5.5, 6 yards a carry that you would like to have?
I always feel more confident when you can consistently get the 4 yards anytime that you want to, obviously. The explosive plays are nice, but being dependent on them is kind of scary because those can get taken away real quick by sound defenses that are in position and schematically are where they're supposed to be. You don't want to have to live off of those things. But once again, I think with the quarterback change, if Milroe does play the entire game, I think that kind of steps everybody else's game up a little bit, knowing that, we might not have this guy back there to kind of bail us out of a lot of bad situations. We got to button things up and really force them to focus, knowing that they don't have this guy over here in the corner that's going to bail them out.
Listen, I know you were not in all the defensive meetings, but
if you look at what Texas did to Alabama defensively, the scheme that Gary Patterson worked on for a few months as an analyst and they had for Alabama in that game, and then the respect Nick Saban has for Texas A&M's defense in this contest. Do you think coaches, when they see a team scheme up and do things in week 2, that they go back and watch that tape and say, okay, let's use some of that stuff in week 6 to work against Alabama? Do you see a carryover like that? Like, if as an old quarterback, something worked against you in week 2, did you think later on, man, somebody's going to use that against us again?
I mean, you can try, but does your personnel allow you to be able to do those things? Texas was able to do what they did because they stopped the run with the front 5, front 6. Their defensive line played well enough to prevent Alabama from getting any sort of yardage between the tackles, which allowed them not to have to commit a safety, play that shell defense, prevent any sort of deep threat from making an explosive play, and it kept everything underneath. And those receivers for Alabama couldn't get open really in that game because of what they were doing. That doesn't necessarily mean that A&M will be able to do the exact same thing. I think Alabama's probably developed a little bit more since week 2. They kind of know their identity and what they can kind of do, but you like to say that you can steal and mimic what another team does, but you really can't, because every game, in all honesty, is its own entity. It's its own deal.
You mentioned those Alabama receivers, and no Alabama receiver had more than 3 grabs against Arkansas. Do you think somebody in the second half of the season will separate themselves? Is there an alpha wide receiver on this roster?
I don't know that there is this year. I really don't. I think it's going to be a deal by committee. And I think you're going to have a couple of games here and there where one particular receiver kind of stands out and maybe gets some more targets. Maybe it's because of a matchup that he's getting versus the defense, or maybe it's just because he's got the hot hand. And we even saw it versus Arkansas a couple times. Holden would get 2 or 3 balls thrown towards him, then Ja'Cory Brooks got 1 or 2 thrown at him, then JoJo Earl or Bonds or whoever it was. So I think it's going to be a deal by committee this year. They don't have a barn burner that can really take the top off, and they don't have an extremely go-to guy that, regardless of what the coverage is, they feel that not only can he get open, but he's going to make a catch once he does get open.
Tyler Watts with us, the former Alabama quarterback. Tell him about Tyler Watts Insurance Agency. Excuse me, Tyler, before we continue.
I know it's a lot to swallow, and it's tough to talk about. It's such an emotional topic, insurance. But it's what we love to do. We love to protect people, and we always tell them, I say this every week, we're going to save you money at the time of the transaction or at the time of the claim, but we're going to make sure that we're doing a good job of putting you and your family in a better financial position by taking a look at your insurance needs. So that in the event that you do get into a claim, you don't have to worry about anything. We're your coordinator. You throw your insurance card to us, and we take care of everything else.
Tyler is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I should have probably asked you this at the outset of the interview, but I stink at my job. Did you ever have an injury like this, like what Bryce Young is suffering? I know you listed your injuries.
I've heard these people talking about this week, and I've learned a lot as well. I mean, everybody's hurt their arm at some point, but never to the point where I can continue to play through it. If it was, I always thought rotator cuff, you're telling you deltoid or whatever else, but all those little muscles up in there. But, man, this is nasty. When I saw Class show his arm, I was like, that's disgusting. I've seen a lot of gross things, but that's nasty right there. And to think that you could bounce back from that in a couple of weeks potentially, that's crazy.
Yeah, it really is. So, Tyler, we're looking around the SEC, and Tennessee's on the road. If they beat LSU and Alabama survives Texas A&M, we finally get another big Tennessee-Alabama rivalry game with 2 unbeaten teams. How fun was that game looking ahead to next week to play in a Tennessee-Alabama game when there was so much juice in that rivalry?
This is kind of the one we've thought all year. This potentially is one because of where it falls, where Alabama could trip up. But then looking at that schedule, I think prior to the year, I was like, there's no way Tennessee is going to make it through the first month, 5-6 weeks of the season without being unscathed. So I think LSU is mediocre at best, right? They're a little better than average, probably. That is a tough place. So this is really where you're going to know if Tennessee's any good or not. They win by 10 or more, they're a good football team, and I think Alabama's going to have their hands full. What's real fun, though, y'all, is you say that to Tennessee fans a month ago, hey, I'm really kind of concerned about this Alabama-Tennessee game, and, they kind of laugh it off and everything. Yeah, y'all beating us 15, 16 years in a row. What do y'all have to be worried about? Now as it gets closer and they kind of got a hint of, hey, we might be able to do this, now they're getting nervous. So, and I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing for the Alabama locker room either, because as you know, you kind of prop up your opponent, and that gets those guys' attention and really makes them play well.
All right, he is Tyler Watts, the former Alabama quarterback, with us each week. Tyler, courtesy of the Tyler Watts Insurance Agency.
Yeah, the phone number is 205-664-4444, whether it's your business or your personal insurance. We have carriers that love to work with you and want to work with you, and we want to work for you. So please give us a call and allow us to help you out.
Fantastic, Tyler. Thanks a lot. We'll see you in studio next week before the Tennessee game.
I can't wait for it. Pulled into Gainesville, Florida at 2:30 our time the other night on my way to the happiest place in the world, until you remember that everybody whines and cries and complains about the heat down here in Disney.
How hot is it?
I don't know, but I'm standing outside in line. So you tell me, does it really matter?
Do you currently see anybody on a Rascal?
On a what?
Those little scooters.
Motorized scooter.
Oh, the people that beep and run out about here. The funniest thing, we saw a family last time we were down here taking a group photo, and a little kid leaned up on his grandmother's scooter and accidentally made it start rolling forward, and she ran off the road. Kind of over. It was awesome.
Yes, that is terrible.
It's fun
Tyler,
watching down here. Thank y'all so much.
I know. Thanks, buddy. Have a good trip.
Right,
Tyler Watts with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. A reminder real quick, the Next Round store is here in person at Innisfree as we continue from Innisfree Irish Pub in Tuscaloosa. You can come by and buy tons of merch. We got several of our t-shirt and hat selections here. You can buy it right here at Innisfree Irish Pub. Just talk to Little T, Taylor Corn, our social media director, and she'll hook you right up.
All right. We continue with the next round. The rest of the show, we're just going to be talking college football with our pick 3 picks, including ours at the end of the show, where Brown and I each got a ball in the bucket this past week. So we'll update the standings and a lot more as we roll the final hour. But you can be part of the conversation as well. You can jump in 205-734-0923. 205-734-0923. LT projecting a blowout in the Georgia-Auburn game. We'll talk about some more outcomes coming up in a moment. Part of the show brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and that team over there, they've been helping Birmingham for a long, long time when it comes to the cooling, the heating, and the plumbing. It's Hemp Hill Services.
Yeah, if something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. You need to call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-29.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
All right, let's take a few phone calls and talk more football. Our pick 3 continues in a moment. NextRoundLive.com. Steve is up next with us. Steve, man, what's up? How are you doing today?
I'm good. What's up, guys?
Not much.
It's been a minute. It's no sports bra talk today, but I've had some gripes with some of the takes yesterday. It was getting a little out of hand. I've been letting it go with Lance, but I'm walking around Ole Miss, just repping next round gear, going to work, handing you guys free subscribers like I'm like Oprah, and then in return, you give me yesterday's segment on each team stealing, and that take on Ole Miss and State was just horrid. I mean, leaving Ole Miss that low, I can't do it.
Steve, hold on. Let's recap. What was your take on Ole Miss yesterday, Lance?
No, I think they're going to have a bad second half of the season.
I think
their
basically
schedule
had them
is
losing out.
They were fortunate to win last week. You guys would agree, at home against Kentucky. 2 red zone turnovers in the fourth quarter, and I just think their most difficult games are coming up. I think they lose 5 games.
Their defense is so good. I think they get to at least 9, maybe 10 wins again is what I said, and I've got a stake on it, so I have rooting interest there.
Which is bad for you.
Don't leave me with Jim. Don't leave me with Jim here. No, but I mean, like Brown, are you really going to feel confident in matching the take of a guy putting on the corner liquor store's version of Bohemian Rhapsody Saturday night, and then leave me with Jim on this take that Ole Miss can't win more than 8 games? I mean, they can win 8 games, but also they have a young quarterback. I mean, we're full of transfers, and they probably have a top 5 running back room.
Right now, I don't know what the movie is, but if I'm the only person left in the boat with you, that movie where that poor kid is in the ocean with the tiger. That's right. Yep.
We better hope Jesus is walking on water because we're going to drown.
That's
fantastic.
What do you think? Seriously, Stephen, what do you think you end up? What do you think Ole Miss ends up?
I mean, I'm thinking 9-3. I mean, there's no way.
Okay.
I think, but my point there is like I think Lance he's been negative on Lane for a while. He still views him as this very immature. But I mean, I can't take Lance seriously on the Saturday night show, so I don't know that I can take him in general for some of those takes. But I mean, you got to look at it as like, I mean, they're going to be favored most of the rest of their games besides Bama, and then the other ones they're going to be fully capable of winning them. It's just still Ole Miss, so they're not going to win all of them.
Yeah.
I would like a poll question. We'll get Taylor to throw it up there. Who is more mature, Lane Kiffin or Lance?
No, it's probably Lane. but I'm not the head of a football program. And I've admitted Lane's got –
you're all over Mike Leach.
Yeah, you love
I do like Mike Leach. I mean, he's a weird dude, but I do like Leach. Again, I've said that Lane Kiffin has gotten more mature, and he's done more than I thought he would do with Ole Miss.
But also,
and I'm a Jackson Dart fan.
10-win seasons in 20 years. I mean,
yeah,
it's just. I mean, he's also hasn't won an Egg Bowl yet. I mean, when has he proven anything to show that he can just win at a high level with the air raid, especially in the SEC?
It's a legitimate question.
I mean, Steve is preaching from the book of Dunaway here. I feel the exact same way he does.
Don't tell me that. I got to hang out Dunaway. Don't tell me that. I can't
have
live
a good
on that.
weekend.
Thank you, buddy.
A top 10 finish in Pullman, a top 10 finish in Lubbock.
Yep.
And there's a possibility this year.
I think look, they're going to be 7-0. I think Ole Miss. They're going to win at Vanderbilt. And I think they'll beat Auburn, going to LSU 7-0. And the narrative on that is going to be coming off that 10-2. Did they finish 11-2? They won the bowl last year, right? Or was it just 10-2?
Yeah, 10-2.
10-2. Okay.
Yeah,
or 10-3.
10-3.
They
lost the bowl. They lost the bowl game. All right. So coming off that 10-3, he's going to be 17-3 over his last 20 games. Think about that.
That's pretty impressive.
That is pretty impressive at Ole Miss. You got to give him that.
No, and that defense flew around against Kentucky, and I know it's just Kentucky, and we're not programmed to respect a win over Kentucky, but that was a really good Kentucky team that came in.
Yeah.
And I think Lane has shown great signs, no disrespect, LT, of great maturity of the way he's handling the expectations. I love the way he chewed a couple of guys out on the sidelines too. It just was a fantastic performance from Ole Miss. Kentucky did have a chance to win the game, but that's the way good, well-played SEC football games are. There are moments in games where both teams have a chance to win them, and Ole Miss ended up getting the dub this past weekend. I like this Ole Miss team, and if Alabama survives Texas A&M, and if they survive Tennessee, to me, Ole Miss is the only team left in the schedule that could beat them over in Oxford, another road trip.
I think it'll be fascinating if it's undefeated Ole Miss, undefeated Alabama, and that's not that crazy, LT. I mean, if they beat Vandy, Auburn, LSU, and A&M, now LSU and A&M are on the road. It's going to be hard to win both those games for Ole Miss. I don't deny that at all.
Yeah, if they're undefeated, let's just hope that Lane Kiffin doesn't pull another hokey. Get your popcorn ready.
I think he learned his lesson on that one.
Well, I think that's part of the maturity of not doing things like that. More of the Pick 3 coming up in just a second, brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. But our buddy Chris Lowe has tweeted out today, tickets are pricey for Alabama, Texas A&M, but it's nothing compared to the hotel rooms here in Tuscaloosa. He says you'll need head coaching money to stay at the AC Hotel that's getting $1,500 a night with a 2-night minimum.
All right, guess who owns that hotel?
Is that the Saban Hotel?
Yeah.
And I assume they're full.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, supply and demand. I did ask. I checked into availability for tonight. There's nothing.
Yeah, you're not getting a hotel in this city.
So I guess you're not staying here tonight, are you?
I am not staying here tonight. I will be sleeping for less than $1,500. Well, it depends on how many Amazon packages showed up today at my house. But as I tweeted out, at $1,500 a night, Chris, I would need Nick Saban reading me a bedtime story at that price.
Just to our west. That's a good line, by the way.
Yeah.
I should have given you.
Hickory Dock. All right. It's Andrew Dice Clay Travis Saban.
Yes, I got it. It's one of Rockstar's characters there. Just to our west here, down University from Innisfree, the hotels that have gone up over the last, I'd say, decade or so, it's pretty incredible. And they sell out every football weekend, and for prices, not that level, but pretty high prices.
We will not give the name of the place, but we were on their wonderful deck overlooking the Black Warrior River, and outside at this hotel, we won't give their name, but they had karaoke on a Thursday night.
It killed the atmosphere.
Rockstar, you get paid to do gigs, right?
Sometimes. If I'm lucky.
This guy clearly getting paid to do karaoke, and he's basically just sitting on his butt because nobody wants to do it. So he gets up and does what song? Can you remember the song it was?
That was a tough song, but he did a pretty good job with it. But it was annoying.
It was oh crap! I used to love them
and
like
then,
5 years ago.
So that encouraged others to get up, which was a bad move for their business because the next two that got up were just atrocious. And it's not like come up here and sing a chorus, Rockstar. They do the whole song.
That's karaoke, but I guess it's like doing an open mic night. If I'm hosting,
yeah,
an
a
open
dude
mic,
did Ed Sheeran, and the next dude did "I Want to Dance with Somebody," Whitney Houston.
That's right. And Rockstar, here's what you love.
But the guy who was running did AJR. It was an AJR song.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. Rockstar, the thing you'll love is the guy that did "I Want to Dance with Somebody." As the song starts, looks over at the DJ, goes, "Is this the men's version or the women's version?"
What's great is that's a good. That song is a good 4 minutes and 45 seconds long. It's a good, nice long song.
Well, we got to enjoy dinner with it.
With some key changes in it too, Rockstar. Key changes.
I felt like
yes.
dinner theater last night.
It's awful.
By the way, Rockstar, when that person asked, "Is this the man's version or the women's version?" He's like, "I don't know, Bob." No, what was the character on Saturday Night Live? Pat.
Oh, Pat.
I don't know, Pat.
I don't know, Bob.
Bobby wasn't this
Bob.
funny.
I think Bob's kind of obvious.
But it was full dance moves too. Full dance moves as well. I don't know, Bob. Be the guy version then, Jim. Dumbass. All right. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
969-8100. That's the number you need to write down. Call today. Find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the contacts, the glasses, you're wasting money each and every year. I'm speaking from experience. I got the procedure done 20 years ago. I've still got 2015 vision better than 2020. Call today, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. Find out if LASIK is right for you. You've got nothing to lose to make that call today. 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Back in a moment with our pick 3 from Tuscaloosa and Innisfree.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular y'all can have the rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round. Starting to feel a little bit of buzz in here for the big game this weekend. More buzz really for the Phillies game. They're like 8 Philly fans that have walked in with Harper jerseys.
You know what I think you're encountering there is because Lance and I, a couple of the college girls that work for Adams Beverage and Bud Light that were with us last night, we struck up a conversation with them. One of them is an Alabama student from San Diego. One of them is an Alabama student from Chicago.
Right.
And their entryway, I think, Lance, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding for both of them, basically their entryway was Alabama football. I mean, that's kind of how they discovered Alabama. They started looking at it and they're like, it's a good value. The girl from Chicago said, I was ready to get out of Chicago weather. The girl from San Diego said, and this is my favorite line, California is kind of lame. I wanted to come to Alabama. I'm like, I don't think I've ever heard that line before. I've never heard anybody say that.
And then there were 2 that were roommates that were from New York City and from Los Angeles.
Yeah.
So what I have discovered, and we kind of knew this over the last few years, the majority of students here are out of state.
That's right. And it wouldn't, the point I was getting to, it wouldn't shock me if these are Pennsylvania residents that are students at Alabama right now here to watch the Phillies.
Before we get to our pick 3, Bromberg's bringing you this instant replay review in the Cleveland game. Cleveland has Tampa Bay jumped out to a 1-0 lead, but they're under review on whether it's a home run or not. Cleveland 2-1, if this stands, has taken a lead over Tampa Bay, but they've challenged whether or not the ball hit above the line or not.
I didn't even see it. Did you?
I saw it. I didn't think it was all that close. I'm surprised it got reviewed.
Yeah, or they may be questioning whether somebody touched bases, the bases or something.
I don't know. There's something in the review.
Family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. You can also view their online store. Go to brombergs.com.
All right, let's continue the college football conversation here and talk a little bit more about the B-Dubs pick 3 that you can play at nextroundlive.com. Again, that's up and live. We've looked at the LT pool, the Dunaway pool, In Brown's pool, we've talked a lot about Texas A&M and Alabama. We're playing that at minus 23.5. You're getting a value there in that one. But TCU and Kansas and Iowa and Illinois. Now, TCU and Kansas is the game day location. It's the talk of college football. But, I mean, some serious conversation right now about Lance Leipold and whether or not he is going to be in the conversation, if he's going to be in the conversation for other jobs like Nebraska. And you've got Adam Rittenberg now saying that he believes there is some interest in Nebraska from Leipold as well.
You think you calling he's franning it up in this game?
No, I'm just saying that it's a good time to sink your teeth into one of these offers because losses could be coming.
The problem for Lance Leipold is he's about to play a really good team. I think TCU is a really good football team. They're quarterbacked well. I think Sonny Dykes has done a really good job with this team, and I think the Kansas bubble starts to burst. TCU is minus 7.5. I'll have more on this game coming up in a moment. I think TCU wins this one big.
Yeah, I like TCU. Again, it's an 11 o'clock game, so I'm going to stay away from it. Kansas, one of 5 FBS teams that is 5-0 against the number. Jalen Daniels has been fantastic, leads the FBS and QBR. Now only 7 Power 5 teams have never hosted game day. This is the first time they're doing it in Lawrence. There's 7.
Syracuse
is 1.
Duke
is 1.
Pittsburgh.
Nope. Virginia's 1. Very good.
That's a lot of ACC teams so far.
I thought there were 4 ACC. Is there one more?
Former ACC
team.
Maryland.
Yep.
Maryland.
You got 3 to go.
3 to go. I think we move out west now.
One is really surprising.
Why don't you just tell us?
I assume that we've never been to Oregon State?
No, they've been to Oregon State.
Wow.
They've never been to Rutgers. Not a shock.
No shock.
Cal, really not a shock. And then Illinois. A little surprised. Illinois had some good teams in there.
Yeah. Speaking of Illinois, in the Brown pool, you can play the Iowa-Illinois game. And it's a great story what Brett Bielema does at Illinois. He got another good win against Wisconsin. But here's one of Jim's. I'll let you play ahead here to my picks in the next segment. I love Iowa in this game. Love Iowa in this game.
Yeah, you got Illinois coming off, a pretty big upset, really, of Wisconsin in terms of the way they won that game, the way they shut Wisconsin's run game down. And, Lance, that's what scares me if I'm Iowa. Illinois took the run away from Wisconsin. Do you know how hard that traditionally has been to do over the last 20 or 25 years? Wisconsin had 2 rush yards. If you take the run away from Iowa, they don't get first downs.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is Iowa's just a bad offense.
Yeah.
And, the fact is right now, when you look at Illinois, they've got the leading rusher in college football. Tommy DeVito's playing well at the quarterback position.
Bielema he's playing more Wisconsin at Illinois than Wisconsin is right now.
Yeah, exactly.
And I know Wisconsin hates Bielema, so they're not going to hire him back. I'm not suggesting that. But he's doing at Illinois what he was successful in doing at Wisconsin, which he parlayed into the Arkansas job.
Yep. I kind of like Illinois here. It's
a
tough game,
too. It's
a tough game.
I mean, I'd like the under. What do you think the total is in this one?
Total here is probably 38.
Yep.
Can that be another New York Butcher Shop steak bet? That's my favorite game on the board this week is Iowa plus the 3.5.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. We'll add that to the list of 2 that we have this week.
It's not an 11 o'clock game, is it?
I do not know.
It's Big Ten. Most of them are.
I don't think it is. No, it's 6:30 Big Ten Network.
Iowa, Illinois, and I've got Iowa plus the 3.5, along with Georgia not being the largest margin of victory in the FBS this week. I got the rest of the field. Those are the 2 stakes we have, unless Brian Harsin gets fired. I only need him to coach in. I like that. We only need him to coach in 5 more. I
would almost bet a stake that the next Auburn coach won't make it 6 Iron Bowls.
One of our better roadshow running gags is Forrester flashing the lights in the empty studio,
and nobody sees it.
Nobody sees
Yeah, I didn't know what you were laughing at.
Yeah, I saw it on our screen over there.
There's no way to punch that shot up, is there?
No, Scott punched it up. It's
he punches it up?
Yeah. Are you doubting Forrester? He's the best in the business. Come on,
I know that. I mean, I knew we could see it, but I didn't know they punched it up for everyone else to see it.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I'm on a little bit of a delay, so it'll pop up here in a second.
He's doing it again for you. There you go.
See, I like
studio.
that. Yeah, that is really good.
That does look empty, doesn't it?
Well, nobody's in there, and the screens are off.
The screens are off. That's what is surprising.
Do you miss your studio?
I do today. You can't see this under the table. We're closer than we usually are together. We designed that studio. Go back to the studio shot. We designed that studio to make it. I mean, we got a lot of space.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, we
very
can't,
comfortable.
Can't even lean over and touch each other.
No, and we can spread all of our papers out when we're in studio.
Yep.
Here, I've had to keep them stacked, and you've noticed me stumbling on which commercial we were going to do next.
Oh, I haven't noticed that at all.
On my play sheet.
Rockstar. It's one of my favorite things Dunaway does when he goes, "This show brought to you part by."
Yeah.
Should I start typing them and have like a little sheet for you so you can do it instead of you handwriting them?
No. It's the sheet still would be the problem, Rockstar. It's because I've got so many sheets I have to stack them
He's
now.
Jimbo
Rocky.
Fisher.
It's a sheety job, man.
Yeah, Rockstar.
Yeah.
Headlines were hours ago, Rockstar.
You missed your window this week. You and I are the only one that missed the window.
But
on
just
today,
kicked me in the diaphragm.
LT and I have nervous energy. I don't know if Brown ever does it, but
it's I guess it's anxiety. Yeah, I always shake my leg.
I'll do it. I'll just be. I mean, I can just shake my leg.
And I don't know why it bothers so many other people that I'm shaking my leg.
Well, it doesn't bother me, except that sometimes you think your foot's on the side of my chair, and sometimes it's been my ankle today, and I've been thinking you want to tell me something. I always look over. You're looking at the phone or reading something off of a sheet, and I've been like,
I've kept my shoes on though.
He's flirting with you.
Well, it's in a spree. It's instinct with it, right?
That's right.
It's instinct. All right, Rays need a run here in the top of the seventh. We're down one. What?
I mean, we've done play-by-play on this game. People barely care.
It's an update.
It's Rays Guardians.
Update brought to you there by our friends at Your Butcher Shop. When we come back, our picks for the week and some final thoughts on what is going to be a fun weekend here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Thanks for being along. And thanks for the folks who have come out and said hi and actually bought T-shirts and hats. Pretty cool. Pretty cool to see that happen. Thank you guys. Back in a moment right here on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
And we're back with some breaking transfer news out of Tuscaloosa. Tyler Bigbie, the award-winning realtor we've been talking about for months, has moved his license to Keller Williams Tuscaloosa. Tyler can now service Baldwin and Jefferson County as well. Call Tyler Bigbie if you're looking to purchase a home this fall, 205-826-6476, or visit tylerbigby.kw.com. That's Bigbie, B-I-G-B-I-E.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Final segment of the show being brought to you by our friends at Ghost Energy Drinks. Man, we made a great cocktail yesterday called the Ghostbuster using a Ghost Energy drink and our friends at Redmond Vodka. You can go see how that's made and make your own this weekend. Look for Ghost Energy Drinks, flavor and function with the iconic Sour Patch and Airhead taste. I had the orange sickle one. It tasted like a dreamsicle from back in the day. Well-rounded energy drink. That has 0 added sugar to it right there. You don't have to fear the day, but fear the ghost. Ghost Energy Drinks, proud sponsor of the Next Round. Go and chase that ghost there. It's really, really good stuff. Enjoyed that yesterday. We're about to make our picks in just a second. Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3 is up for you all weekend. NextRoundLive.com all the way to the start of the games. Try to go 3-0. If you do get a ball in the bucket like Ryan Brown did last week.
Hey.
Who else got one, Ryan?
Did you get one, Jim?
I got one, too. Let's see the updated standings and see where everyone is.
So we all have balls now.
And you'll see 3 balls over all of us right now. So we'll have that. And the standings look like this. Brown
oh my gosh,
leads the way 11-4.
Oh.
There's LT.
I was 0-3 last week.
Wow, Lance.
Yeah, LT's 8-7.
8-7, Lance.
And there's Dunaway sliding, seeing the top of the stairs out of the basement at 7-8. But we all have one football beside us. Thank you, Taylor, for making that fantastic graphic. And thank you to Buffalo Wild Wings for giving us the opportunity at pick 3. And you can try to beat us and try to get your own ball in the bucket right there at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. More on B-dubs in a second. But first, let's do our picks. Since I'm at the bottom, I'll continue to go first. But I love my picks this week. I just put a stake on this one. I like Iowa plus the 3.5 against Illinois this week. I like Tennessee minus the 2.5 in Baton Rouge. LT likes the other side of both of those. I'm against him. And, you know, that's why
it's generally going well.
That's why I own JimsLocks.com. Don't forget, use promo code Lance and get time off. Just the opposite. Time off. Lance'sLock.com. Use promo code Jim to get a discount. And then I hate to say this, but I like Middle Tennessee State University getting 9.5 at home against UAB. Something's just missing from the Blazers right now. I don't think Liberty's that good. Tough loss last week. I'm going to take MTSU plus the 9.5. So give me Iowa, give me Tennessee, and give me NTSU. LT, you're next.
Yeah, I'll take Georgia. Again, it's my favorite play on the board, minus 29.5. I like Miami coming off a bye against North Carolina. I think Drake May finally makes mistakes. Tyler Van Dyke plays well. Take Miami minus 3.5. And then USC, little number for you. Since the start of 2017, 7-15-1 against the number is a double-digit favorite. but that wasn't with Lincoln Riley. I'll lay the 13.5 here.
It's a new day.
This will be they're one win away from being 6-0 for the first time since 2006. Again, plus 14 in turnovers.
Wait, what? Say that again.
First time 6-0 since 2006.
It's been a minute.
Is that Pete Carroll?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 16 years.
Are you kidding me?
In the middle of his tenure. Cam Ward has turned the football over 7 times, third most in the FBS. And again, USC forcing 15 turnovers and only 1 giveaway.
You think he's ahead of schedule right now? The schedule in his head, he thought he would be.
Who, Lincoln Riley?
Yeah.
I don't think they know yet.
He's ahead of my schedule. Is he ahead of yours?
Hasn't beaten anybody yet.
Well, he hasn't, but I think they've looked good. Now, I mean, look, they struggled offensively at Oregon State. 4 Oregon State turnovers. Defense won that game for you.
Yeah.
It wasn't Lincoln Riley.
Yeah.
But let me tell you what, how many games did defense win for Lincoln Riley at Oklahoma?
Not many.
Not many. So you go to Oregon State and get those 4 turnovers. That was the key to victory. It was the victory for you.
Yeah. All right. Brownie's in the lead, just like he is an upset alert. This one's actually a little more competitive than the upset alert on Tuesday.
I've been red hot this
Brownie,
season, man.
what seriously? What
I'm seeing it so clear.
What service are you using?
I'm not using a service. I know you think I am, Dunaway. I know you don't say that in jest. You think that it matters enough to me that I would go to that much trouble, but it doesn't.
The one year I had a good year at picking games and I was up stakes.
Right.
All of you guys kept joking. What service are you using?
I don't know if you remember, but you have a history of picking games horribly. And then all of a sudden you were just good out of the blue.
Well, I hate to tell you, your farts don't smell like roses either. You don't pick very well either.
Got him.
He's killed me in this hour, Rockstar. Dead. I'm going to go with TCU. I mentioned that a moment ago at Kansas. I think the bubble burst for Lance Leopold in Kansas this weekend. I think TCU might be the best team in the Big 12.
Winner.
We'll find out. TCU minus the 7.5 as they're on the road in Lawrence, Kansas. I like Florida hosting Missouri. You're going to bring Missouri down to the heat and humidity. I don't think Missouri's a very good team. And I think Missouri, rather than the fact that playing Georgia close changed their season, I think playing Georgia close took a lot out of them, and they go down to that heat and humidity. I think Florida runs them off the field. Florida's minus 10.5 in that one.
I agree with you again there. It sounds like something a national analyst told you over a 1-900 phone call.
And then I like the Bayou Bengals. LSU as plus 2.5. Rockstar.
You don't need those.
I don't need those points. LSU wins it outright. You do not need them.
Rockstar, I think his I don't need him is starting to sound a little bit like what was the comedian you were impersonating in commercials yesterday?
Oh, Ron White.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get a little Ron White in you.
What does Ron White say?
They asked me my name. I said, they call me tater salad.
He's that guy that always drinks.
Yeah,
he's always got his drink,
a cigar,
and a cigar.
They call me.
He's the guy that will pay you out of his pocket for good jokes.
They call me. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did a comedian tell you that?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Well, at least he pays them. That Carlos Mencia guy steals them, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So does Gary the Gator.
Yeah,
No,
Gary
those
the
are
Gator's
all
in it. He's a
original. Those are
reptile.
all authentic and original.
He rips that shit straight off.
Derek the douchebag is there going too from the Midnight Yell. He's got a bad back right now too.
Rockstar got hurt yesterday.
I'm surprised my Stardome comedy appearance is still up on YouTube. I ripped off so much stuff. I thought it would have been flagged and taken down by now anyway.
Yeah. How are you doing, by the way, Rockstar? Are you okay?
Can I describe my night just real quick before we wrap up? So I fell and hurt the left lower side of my back. Like, it is in complete pain. Sleeping was awful. But then after that, I had to immediately go and finish a root canal at the dentist. The guy in the waiting room at the dentist office pulled out a Buc-ee's bag of caramel popcorn, started scuffing that down at the dentist office. Then I went home, and my child is big time teething right now. Cord is he woke up at 1:30 and bawling like somebody was hitting him with hot pokers. So that was
oh wow, teething already?
Yes, big
God,
time.
Time flies.
Yeah, so that with a bad back and sore mouth from having a root canal. So that was my night.
I don't think Nancy feels bad for you.
Yeah. That's a rough night though, Rockstar. I don't mind telling you. And the worst part of it was I don't mind telling you. The worst part of it though was having to sit in the dentist office and listen to the guy rattle the bag of the caramel the beaver nuggets from Buc-ee's.
What was he thinking with
you're at the dentist?
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, he was going back to see the dentist? He wasn't like with a patient?
No, he was in the waiting room. He was just waiting for his turn.
Oh, wouldn't you love to see that guy open his mouth?
I was just saying, that's the first thing you do is I want to eat some popcorn, but let's get some kernels in my teeth.
The dental hygienist is back there going, hold on, I got to go to cubicle 3 first. I got to get all the popcorn out of this guy's teeth first.
Yeah. That is awful. I like those beaver nuggets though from Buc-ee's. If you've ever had them, I don't know if you've ever had them. The beaver nuggets from Buc-ee's.
Never had those.
Oh, they're good. Excellent. That's what Rockstar's talking about. So the guy was eating at the dentist office.
Yeah,
they're good.
So the beaver nuggets like a caramel popcorn.
Yeah,
chocolate.
it's pretty much caramel popcorn.
Okay, good stuff.
They're good
there.
though.
All right, pick 3's up at nextroundlive.com. Go play that. It's always brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. What is that, about 10 locations here?
12 locations now. With those new locations in Chelsea and Oxford. 20 years in the market, serving up the absolute best sports atmosphere and wings around. The best place to be. Football Saturdays and Sundays, Buffalo Wild Wings. And don't forget about the takeout available through the Buffalo Wild Wings app all weekend long.
Brian writes in and says, guys, I stay at the Graduate in Knoxville for big home games with Tennessee. 2 weeks ago, they had 3 rooms left for Alabama-Tennessee weekend, $2,500 a night, 2-night minimum, and they sold them out before we could go back and look at it.
A lot of Alabama fans I know do the old Gatlinburg Pigeon Forge deal.
Yes.
And I think that's probably the way you're going to want to go for this one.
I'll tell you, I hate to hear that because I'm going up there to cover the game, not only for the next round, but for CBS 42 next week.
Yep.
And I've got to find a hotel room. I don't have one yet.
I would tell CBS 42 they didn't find you a hotel room, and I'd sit my butt in my basement and watch the game.
I do not. I don't let the TV stations book my rooms anymore because
they booked you in a 4-star instead of a 5-star.
They're below mine and LT standards.
Well, you should have let them book this one because good luck.
There's a good chance I'm staying in Chattanooga.
I think you're in Pigeon Forge. Just make it a Pigeon. Go to Dollywood. I mean, get an Arrowhead.
Well, I mean, the good news is 2:30, so that 45-minute hour drive to Chattanooga won't be that bad.
You can get a real Indian headdress there in Gatlinburg.
If I have to next week on the morning show, and don't forget tomorrow 9 a.m. Central Time, we're on, and you can join us tomorrow. And I hope to be here for Minutes Free tomorrow at 9 a.m. Or let me not hope. I'll be here for Minutes Free tomorrow at 9 a.m. But next week, if I decide to just make it a game day trip up, can I do my hits for that show in a car on the road up to Knoxville?
I mean, if it's a good connection, it seems kind of shaky to.
Okay.
Seems safe.
Where are the Rays Guardians right now?
Right now, Tampa Bay's down to their final 6 outs. We need a run. We're getting to the point that it's either going to go over or we're going to lose.
There's plenty of Guardians fans there to cheer them on.
Yeah. It's been a crappy morning so far with these two. We'll do it again live at 9 a.m. Central Time on Monday. Don't forget, tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time, we'll do our live show, game day show, right in the middle of college game day. Watch them for an hour. Come hang out with us for an hour, and then you can go back and see all the picks. That's tomorrow, getting you ready for football from Innisfree. Thanks to all the folks here at Innisfree. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor,